clean my little screen off. Gotta make sure I'm presentable. I knew I was missing something. Peace, 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 family, peace. Peace, peace. Tap in, tap in. Y'all see the screen? We finna be talking about these chakras today. Something that's overlooked and just threw out there. We just throw it out there. We overlook it. But these things are actually important. One of the most important things that you can master on your spiritual journey. You know? Because we know, like I said, and I always say, it's a personal path. Before you can start dealing with the community, before you can heal the community, you have to heal yourself. And a lot of people will tell you to heal yourself. And this is the best way to heal yourself, dealing with your chakras, because although we have 7 main chakras that we, that we are aware of, we do know it's more. And that's not nothing to even get into right away. But just dealing with the 7 main chakras will open up a variety of things for you in terms of your spiritual journey. Most individuals are stuck, you feel me, at certain chakra levels in life. Our chakras dictate, you feel me, our life in actuality, if we allow them to. You know what I'm saying? Give me 1 second. You should not allow a sphere of consciousness to dictate what's going on. Regardless of how good it sounds, remember you have to be in control of your life. So while the chakras are good, and these things are spheres of consciousness, wheels of consciousness. That's what chakra means, a wheel. So if you allow this thing to run your life, who are you? Unless you're utilizing them for healing. If you're not utilizing it for healing or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Who's to say what you are actually doing for real? Then we have to gain some form of a foundation as far as where we are in this world. That's why the chakras is important. The root chakra. I mean, all of them, but the main important one is the root chakra. We always talk about our third eye, our crown, and all that. And while you can tap into your crown chakra, like there is exercises to activate your crown chakra, there's exercise to activate your pineal gland as well, and that would just quote unquote do the job. But I personally feel like the journey is better when you take it slow, because you're taking the time to get to know yourself. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm pulling up here. I swear I do not like using computers. Okay, let's go with this. Right here, it's talking about addiction. This is like this book I got right here. Let me just tell y'all the book first before anything. It's called Chakra Healing. Chakra Healing by Margarita. I will not even try to say her last name. But it's called Chakra Healing though. And it really doesn't go in order like that because every chakra has a part to play. As far as you shouldn't just think of it like, oh, I'm just going to heal this one, I'm just going to heal that one. They all piggyback off of each other. You know what I'm saying? The root chakra is all about being grounded, feeling secure, that your basic needs are being met, and feeling connected to your family and tribal consciousness in healthy ways. The following meditations, crystal techniques, essential oil applications, and yoga postures will help you connect with what you may be holding in that chakra. Most importantly, they'll help you initiate connection with the energy within you so you may open into the wisdom that it holds. And it's gonna go in and it's gonna give you like different breathing techniques, you know what I'm saying, different little exercises or whatever. The thing is, right, the other day I was talking about how, mythology is good. It definitely is good, but it's good if it's what you get into and if you can actually understand it. It don't matter if you can't understand the chakras because the chakras are inside of you. Well, long before we even had, like, I guess, books or anything like that or whatever, obviously, we understood that we had these things inside of us. You know what I'm saying? And I'll say this, before it was accepted as what it is right now, it was still widely accepted around the world, you know? So that has to speak for something. When we talk about the seven, you know what I'm talking about, in the nations of God and earth, or in the nation of Islam, that's the supreme alphabet for, or the supreme mathematic for God. You know what I'm talking about? And if you are God, you should be dealing with these aspects of consciousness that exist inside of yourself. Hold on. While sitting or laying comfortably, take 3 slow, deep breaths. Each time you inhale, imagine the breath energizing your lower abdomen. The area between this, they say your lower abdomen, but it's not the lower abdomen. This is something else. But it's the area between your genitals and anus. I do not know why it says that your lower abdomen, because that's not what that is. Each time you exhale, release anything you may be holding in that area. This might be fear, pain, or expectations of how you're supposed to feel. So it's more personal than what you think. You know what I'm talking about? We just think we just releasing negative energy or whatever. But like, think about what negativity actually is to you and what it does for you. You know what I'm talking about? And what positivity does for you. It's never really a good or a bad thing. It's never really a good or a bad thing. It's all about what's pleasurable and what's unpleasurable for you and what works and what doesn't work for you. You know what I'm talking about? So when they tell you to sit down, take deep breaths, and visualize the things that's not going well for you, that means, like, because we just think about straight spiritual things or whatever. But what about the things that's not really going good in your life right now? Like, what about, you know what I'm saying, the job, or, I'm talking about things that's happening within the family or whatever. These are spiritual things as well. You feel I'm talking about that we hold on to, that gives us that grief or that guilt or whatever that we hold on to. You know what I'm saying? And while holding on to that, it keeps us at this fear-based level. You know what I'm talking about? Because the root chakra you can either be grounded or you can be living in fear. So it can work for you or it can work against you. You know what I'm saying? The color that governs this is red. And it's red because it's associated with the earth. How is red associated with the earth? Well, when you let's say when you build altars, right? You can put, where you're supposed to put things on the altar that correlate with who you are and what you are and things like that or whatever. So they tell you to put um 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 things of your likeness, things like the earth element, the fire element, the water element, right? Let's say you didn't have anything to do with the earth element. You can put your hair on your altar. You can put your blood on your altar. You feel what I'm talking about? Because that's considered the earth element. when you thinking about this realm, you know what I'm talking about? It's almost like going to a store. When you go to the store, you know you're gonna buy something. You know it's stuff there to sell. So when you come here, it's gonna be individuals like this that come with the land. You know what I'm saying? We come with the land, so we're part of the land. We're part of the earth. You feel me? See, listen, this information isn't for you. You know, I know who I'm speaking to. I know who my people is. This is not about intellectualizing it. It's solely about bringing awareness into your subconscious mind to create a reality. If you try to intellectualize it, rationalize it, anything, because you can't, right? And I can say you can't, because if you try to do that, you won't get anywhere, right? You won't get anywhere of understanding or none of that. You won't create a change in your reality. This is what this is about. So if you just chiming in and you want me to do that, I won't do that for you, because that's not what this is about. You know, you can't go to school, right, for 12 years or however many years and learn the same language and expect to be smart. Education is based upon self-education. You feel what I'm saying? Peace, peace. Education is built upon self-education, and because we've been taught different, you will get on here and be like intellectualizing. So you want me to sound smart and not resonate with the people that truly need it. I'm doing good. How you doing? I'm decent. You know what I'm saying? The people that truly need it. Individual that say intellectualize it, you will go ahead, learn something in college or whatever like that or whatever. And that it may be illusionary and doing something for you for that time or whatever. You might can't help individuals out, but you won't help them out. You know what I'm saying? This is not what this is about. You don't intellectualize spirituality. You cannot do that. You know what I'm saying? Another reason why you can't do it is when you go into your dreams and you lucid dream, right? You know how you lucid dream, if you ever done that, and then you wake up right away. You wake up right away because you were trying to intellectualize and rationalize what was going on. You don't do that, you know? And the best way to understand your dreams is to go inside your dreams, be the observer, come out, and then you intellectualize it. You know what I'm saying? This is why you watching movies and you decoding the movies. Everybody be, oh, they putting everything in the movies. Why you think they putting everything in the movies? No, I will never intellectualize this. You can't do this. You feel what I'm talking about? It has to have. You have to make an impact on your heart. You have to make an impact on your heart. A grand impact. You know what I'm saying? Not no all well. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna say it. People that intellectualize just say things. You know? Now I'm not against metaphysics, right? But a true metaphysician, and what I mean by a true metaphysician, I'm talking about a person that just went to school and graduated. A true metaphysician will say that everything that we're talking about is true based upon the science. But we're spiritual. We deal in the occult, meaning the hidden culture or the hidden knowledge, right? That's the same thing as metaphysics. The difference is we say it's true based upon our experience, something that you cannot intellectualize. So while we're speaking about metaphysics and all of that or whatever, it's really deeper than that, because we're dealing with the occult. We're dealing with the hidden signs of the body. Metaphysics is beyond the physical reality, right? Which is the same thing, like I said, but they don't do what you do or what I do, right? We meditate. We healing ourselves. We practicing actual alchemy, transmutation, and metamorphosis. You know, we transforming one state of mind to another state of mind, with the exception that you are the sole creator, so you don't have to get stuck in one area in life. You know what I'm talking about? In the Bible, when they try to explain God, they really do explain it, but people don't know because it's so complex. You got to look at the other aspects, like the demons, the angels, the little messengers, and all that. All of those things collectively make up what you would call God. And then you take all of those names out and place yourself in that story. You feel me? And when you start to look at it like that, life starts to play out like that for you. That's called eschatology. That's called looking back, right, on the old days, the mythology, whatever, and seeing how it plays out in the time right now. Now, no, it's not gonna be how they said, because you gotta understand what the times was last, like in the times before, right? But Elijah Muhammad always said you gotta know where you came from to know where you're going. So if you can understand what was going on in the past, you will be able to see the synchronicities in the present. That's you ready for this? That's about as good as it's gonna get as for intellectualizing it for you. And you see, he never said anything else. We have a thing called trolls, you guys. But I learned that if your power, your ashe, is higher than that, right? It won't, like, none of that can penetrate it. None of that can penetrate it. I'm talking about the chakras, so you all can, tap into yourself. It's not about what an individual like me or anybody else that gets up here that has good information or whatever is talking about. It's about what's going on inside of you and how you can access the next best thing. The sacral chakra is all about connecting to your emotions, creative expression, your sexuality, your sensuality, your abundance, and health in all healthy ways. Following the meditations, right? The same things or whatever, right? It said it will help initiate this energy vortex within you and hold the wisdom. The same thing, right? And it gives you the same aspects, right? The same, not the same aspects as far as like, for the other one, but it gives you their own quote unquote what do you call that? Remedies for it, Right here it says you can dance, When you dancing, women, y'all are, y'all dance, y'all just be out there, whatever. So y'all already connected to that party, y'all. So let's say dancing, especially belly dancing, Latin dancing, salsa, other dances that move the hip area. You feel what I'm saying? Because we dealing with the solar plexus. You feel what I'm talking about? Or the sacral, not the solar plexus, but the sacral. Practice hula hooping. It says learn tantra to get in touch with your sexuality on a more conscious level. See, people be scared when we talk about this. Women, it's okay, but men, y'all be scared, and women too. But women be more tapped into it. The thing is this right here. This is why we say learn yourself. Whoever you are, you're supposed to be wearing that on the forefront of you. Now you see the distractions that we have in society right now. They got it to where, oh yeah, you can just you can do what you want. Yeah, you already could do what you want to do, but they're pushing down a certain agenda, right? A certain agenda in our face in society right now, and it makes it hard for individuals to do what they actually want to do. You feel me saying? Because a person would be like, you just want to copy, you just doing that. None of that matters, and that's regardless of what it is. None of that matters. You have to tap into yourself and be okay. The sacral chakra represents self-acceptance. You know what I'm saying? You accepting what's going on inside of self. Try journaling, writing, painting, or any form of creative expression to help channel your emotions. Learn how to express your emotions in healthy ways. Include planning your day. So like play, you know what I'm saying? Enjoy life, real life. They tell you to be a child at heart, right? They say be a child at heart. In spirituality, they say be a child at heart. And when you hear everybody else, all of the religious people and everybody, what they say? We're the children of God, or we're the children of the noon. That's what the Egyptians said. With the children of light and all that stuff. What that's saying is it's an all powerful light. Ultimately, this is what the one is talking about. No, it's not gonna be no one, it's not gonna be no white light. It's gonna be a light that you can't see, the hidden light. You know what I'm saying? And when you consume inside of this or whatever, you get to experience everything that wasn't, and that was. You know what I'm talking about? So they say be a child at heart. You know what I'm saying? It says cultivate flexibility in learning how to experience pleasure and joy. Chant the mantra corresponding with this chakra, VAM, VAM. You know? When you like y'all see these right here in the beginning, like not in the beginning, but the I don't know if y'all can see them in the picture for real. Probably can't. Hold on. So let me see if I can pull it up for you. The Islam for the root chakra, Lam, Ram, or no, Vam for the sacral chakra, Ram for the solar plexus, Yam, Yam for the heart chakra, Ham for the throat chakra, and it's either going to be Om or Am, so Aum or just Om for the third eye chakra, and Sham for the crown chakra. Now, when you learn these and master these, you can say them all at once, right? By when you're dealing with your chakras, right? Guarantee you, it's gonna be a real energy boost as far as unlocking what's going on inside your chakras. But it's best to deal with your chakras in a way to where you trying to heal them. You know what I'm saying? Before I guess access these things all at once. Because remember what I was telling y'all about the human combustion. If an individual is calcified in their pineal gland and they raise that kundalini energy up, you know what I'm talking about? The vessel cannot hold that. When we talking about, let's say, raising up the vibration, right? You're raising up your frequency so you can withstand so much more cosmic energy, cosmic light. Some individuals are clear, what do you call that? Psychic. Not some, all of us are psychic, right? Hold on. So if I do Naruto shit, I'm gonna feel different. Yup. Of course. Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you asked that. And I hope you was being serious, but yes. What I was gonna say, you didn't hold on. The vessel, you trying to raise up the energy so you can contain it, basically. You feel me? Some individuals, no, not some, but all of them. All of us are quote unquote psychic. Being a psychic is this right here. You're able to read someone's aura and empathically sense someone's aura on a deeper level, right? Beyond the physical. Okay? So it's not just someone's aura, it's the trees, it's the plants, it's every inanimate object that you come in contact with, right? Now that's being a psychic. You feel me? Clairvoyance, clairaudience. Then you have something called a medium. Mediums are, everybody can be a medium. A medium is like a more advanced version of a psychic. And 9 times out of 10, those individuals are born like that. Those are the individuals that are like, I see dead people. I see this, I see that, I see that. And they're able to, this is, you ready for this? This is quote unquote necromancy. Necromancy, they call that black magic, but it's actually the Greeks gave that to the Egyptians because they was dealing with the dead spirits. You know what I'm saying? So an individual that can take their awareness, take their consciousness to the dead realm, that's what you're basically doing, and tap into those spirits and bring that information back. That's a medium, an intermediary. You know what I'm saying? So you live a thin line between the physical and the spiritual. But a psychic individual, we are all like that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you meet the person or you got connections with somebody like that or whatever, you pick up on certain things because you connected to them. And we have quantum entanglements or whatever. So let's just say you know this individual, y'all become real cool or whatever. You start to act like them, talk like them. I'm gonna call this person, and when you call them, something was probably going on, like they needed that call or whatever. Or you think about them and they started calling you. They call those synchronicities. You know what I'm saying? But in actuality, it is a synchronicity, but all that is we just psychic. You feel me? When you start to look at it like that, things start to happen more and more and more like that reality for you. You know what I'm saying? It's all about what you believe. You got so many people, thousands of individuals telling you like you're a god, you're this, you're that, you're this, you're that. But you had thousands of years of history that's not real that they told you what God was. So you feel like I'm a god, I got a certain standard I got to live up to. First and foremost, you have to understand what yourself is, right? Now, there's 2 ways you can do this. You can personally look at your actions and how you react to things, and how you think, and how you truly feel about things in life. Or you can study the mythology and place yourself in that and be like, oh, I resonate. You're going to find it regardless. You're going to resonate regardless because it all comes out of you regardless. You know what I'm talking about? And then you will realize the true nature of what an actual God is. You know what I'm saying? What you think you know what the nature of God is because someone told you? No. The reason why I'm saying is because I went back and I studied. And that doesn't mean I know more than what you know, none of that. That just means I went back and I studied. You feel what I'm talking about? I went and did something that you can do. Most of us, all of us, have been told something else. And the only way that reality will be different for you, and I know you want reality to be different for you because you wouldn't be here right now, is if we start anything that we do take in, we take it in with a grain of salt until we have the actual experience as far as the message to be had from that. You know what I'm saying? Because there's multiple meanings, multiple metaphors. You know, people gonna always say that behind all of this. But that's why I say eschatology, because eschatology is end time events. You know what I'm saying? It's dealing with the mythology, so it's something from a long time ago, but it's dealing with the right now. You know what I'm saying? So, for instance, let me just say this right here. Everybody always talk about the Tower of Babel and Babylon. Okay, so for me, right, the Tower of Babylon would be the internet. This is where we all meet up at. It's so many different languages or whatever, but you're able to communicate with everybody. You feel what I'm talking about? Um, 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 these little Wi-Fi towers. They go all the way up. You feel me? Um, the alchemists said that they're they basically want to do away with the books, and they have a movie called what is it, Fahrenheit 451? Maybe, don't quote me, but it got Michael B. Jordan in it though, and they're setting books on fire in this what do you call that, dystopian world. They setting books and everything else on fire. They don't want you to read nothing like that or whatever. What and the alchemist he broke this down for me. What is the most popular book, the book company on the like ebook company on the internet? He said Kindle. And what does Kindle mean? You feel what I'm talking about? It means like some type of a flame. You feel me? The sigil for it is a flame. It's all about the energy that things have. You feel me? So yeah, we get books off something called Kindle, right? But they're not real books. And somewhere down the line in the future, right? They may do away with them. If it's digital, they can always plagiarize and change something. You will never know unless you had the physical book. And why is that important? It's important because the book is like doing the book or reading a book, you know what I'm saying, word for word, doing that's not what it's really about. It's about what you can obtain from it, you know what I'm saying, to be able to make some type of reaction in your life, you know what I'm saying? There's always a cause and effect. So it's gonna be an effect if you put that much cause into it. The thing is, if they took out the important things in the book, if they took out the important things in the book and put what they wanted to put like they doing now, you know what I'm saying? A few years ago, they said you was crazy for meditating, for doing this. That's blasphemous. That's sacrilegious. That's demonic, right? But now, if you go to a library, they have in the libraries in the New Age section. Well, not it's called New Age. So in the self help section, you got the New Age religion. New Age religion is all about a Christian God, but you meditate. You know what I'm saying? You're dealing with your chakras, you're dealing with this. Now, surely you have individuals that was, you know what I'm saying, dealing with, not meditation, but dealing with religion that still say they don't like it. But you have younger individuals that don't know what's going on, and they see that this is an alternative, and they deal with that because everybody else is talking about it. Now, what I mean, everybody else is just talking about it. They not explaining. Ain't nobody showing you what's really real and what's really going on. What's the point of coming on here sharing information if you're not finna actually try to help the individuals for real, for real? Now, people might know what chakras is. Chakra is Sanskrit for wheel. So that means you have wheels of light inside of you. What is light? What is light? Well, you are light. Your melanin is condensed sunlight. You know what I'm talking about? And that form of melanin absorbs all the colors on the light spectrum. If if you if you looked at your chakras and you looked at the the spectrum of light, you know what I'm talking about? It's the same exact thing. So now you know where you got the rainbow from. But remember what I told you. Society puts distractions. You know what I'm talking about? We got something called the rainbow gang. You feel me? And they reverse the knowledge. So just like how your chakras can be reversed for you, they are reversing the information. They didn't take anything. They're not trying to take anything over. They just want you to be distracted long enough to where they can get done doing what they need to be doing. They can experiment on us, you know what I'm saying, all they want. We heard about this, you know. So now we know that extraterrestrials is already real. We know that already. So you can't even say, oh nah, you flexing. Your little government said that they was real. Not only did they say they was real, we already had documents of them making what's that word? Making deals with extraterrestrials that telling them that they can come down here and experiment on individuals. This is why individuals getting abducted or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Later day, we know that none of these extraterrestrials is what we really thought. They're us. So if it was a group of us allowing them, you know what I'm talking about, to allow them to come get us or whatever. What the fuck does that mean? This shit is deeper than anything you can ever think of. Bro came in and asked that Naruto question. Of course. Why do you think you have shit like Naruto? The solar plex chakra is all about standing in your power, getting in touch with your inner warrior fire and self-esteem. The following, I ain't even gonna say the following meditations. Now, you wanna wear yellow clothing, you know, when you're dealing with your solar plexus. You wanna chant the Ra. You know what I'm talking about? Because this is what they say. You want to chant the Ra, which opens up your solar plex chakra. You feel me? Say, you know, Ra was the Egyptian sun. Um, it says take martial arts, external or internal or external, which helps strengthen your power on your personal power. Create healthy energy boundaries with those in your life to strengthen your inner power. So when you're dealing with your solar plex chakra or whatever, this is the part of your journey where it becomes lonely. You know what I'm saying? Because you get to see how powerful you actually is. You might start experiencing things to where people gonna start saying that you crazy or whatever. And remember, I told you that the rest of the chakras really piggyback off of each other. So we done went through the root, the sacral, and right now we at the solar plex. So the root chakra deals with your fear or being grounded. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? So when you go inside yourself, you ground yourself in what you know. You feel me? Because what we doing, we trying to speak our truth. So you wanna ground yourself in what you know and what you feel to be safe in, right? So once you do that, you raise yourself up, you know, you still learn more about yourself. You realize, I like this. I don't care what nobody else think. I like that. I don't care what nobody else think. This is what I'm gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. This is me. You feel what I'm saying? Next thing you know, what that little bit of confidence, you know what I'm saying? That little bit of confidence opens you up to your solar plexus. And when you're dealing with your solar plexus, it tells you to create healthy boundaries. You know what I'm saying? Because there's gonna be a lot of power coming up off you. And we got energy vampires and everything else, and this still is a journey of learning oneself. You know what I'm talking about? It says a simple way to create an energy boundary is by surrounding yourself in an egg of white light. That's why they be like, imagine white light around you. Imagine a white light will strengthen your aura, basically. Especially if you're about to enter a stressful situation, such as a talk with a toxic worker or coworker, or if you experience social anxiety, which I definitely experience social anxiety. You know what I'm saying? And it's a mudra, right, that you can do, and it's that one right there, with where the yellow at. It's that one right there that you can do that helps you for real, for real. I'll definitely do that. It helps you and strengthens your aura and all that if you got social anxiety. But they said, you know, talking to other people as well and doing all of that. Try things. They say try things outside. Try things outside your comfort zone. Doing so helps you build confidence in your own resilience. You know, it's all about self confidence. You know, if you didn't have self-confidence and you didn't accept yourself for who you actually was, you pretty much wouldn't do anything in life. You wouldn't get nothing accomplished. You know, you can say all you want. I'm great. I'm a god. I'm this. I'm that. You know what I'm talking about? But if you haven't accepted that within your being, nothing that you want to get done or you feel like needs to be accomplished will ever get done. And that could be good, that could be bad, but it's ultimately still on you. The heart chakra is all about being connected to yourself, right? As well as cultivating joy, self-love, and compassion. Now, when we dealing with the heart chakra, you know, everybody always say it's about love and loving and, you know, whatever. It is about loving, okay? But it's not solely about loving others. Why? Because you have to love yourself first before you can love anybody else. And if we're all reflections of each other, if I don't love myself, I do not love you. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to be reflections of each other. So what does that mean? I'm supposed to be able to pull you up. You know what I'm talking about? Help you out, do things like that. An individual that does not love himself is not going to do that for somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And it does not matter, right? It don't matter who that person is, what they show on the outside. It's all about what they show on the inside as far as how they move about life. You know, when we're dealing with the heart chakra. The heart chakra is about the self-love. You have the compassion for the next individual. Not saying you can't love nobody else, but like I just said, you have to love yourself first. So before you start, I love you, 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 I love you. Have compassion for an individual. Have the compassion to find that self-love inside yourself, that self-acceptance. Love yourself first. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of times we do things out of the quote-unquote kindness of our heart because we love. You know what I'm saying? But what is love? Sometimes we live in an illusion, you know? Buy yourself a bouquet of roses. Roses resonate at the heart chakra. Make yourself rosebud tea. These tiny rosebuds, which you can buy at herb shops, especially tea shops, and at many health food stores and at Asian markets, are actually a Chinese medicinal herb. I don't know how to say that, but it's spelled MEI, and then you got GUI, and then you got HUA. I don't know how to say that. All right, by steeping a few buds in a large mug of hot water for a few minutes, you can create a love ritual for yourself and ingest the love of the roses. Right? Practice forgiveness of yourself and others. Chant. It says chant the mantra sound yam, and then it says be open with genuine love and affection for those you truly love. Right? So when it's saying practice forgiveness for yourself and others, you notice how it said yourself first. Sometimes a person, and this is on the personal side. See, I just said it for an individual that would like say you or something, but now this will be for you on a personal scale. A lot of times, the people that we feel like loved us or we love and all that stuff, you know, they'll hurt us or do things that hurt us, right? So we get it in our mind that they don't love us. You know what I'm talking about? They hate us and all that stuff, whatever. Sometimes an individual is doing something called hard love. You know what I'm talking about? Hard love is an actual thing. And sometimes that's what we need. You feel me? Sometimes a lot of times we want to be baby, but we can't be baby all the time. You're not gonna get anywhere like that. So when they tell you to forgive yourself, You got to forgive yourself because you fucking up, basically. Like, it's not all about you. It's, when it's coming to somebody doing it, it could be for your actual benefit. So you got to be able to forgive yourself for not allowing yourself to receive it like that, and then forgive those individuals as well. You want to forgive those individuals because they know not what they do, but even if it helps or if it doesn't help, they know not what they do. So if you took it in a negative, if you took it in a negative way, you know what I'm saying? Your best bet is to just let it go and forgive. They didn't say forget; they just said forgive. And this is a chakra book we're talking about. The throat chakra is all about speaking your truth, right? And I was talking about speaking your truth. Speaking your truth effectively, communicating your needs, and expressing yourself, right? Now, dealing with your root chakra, your sacral chakra, your solar plex, and your heart chakra, all the way up to your throat chakra. From your root chakra, you done got out of the fear, and you feel safe and secure in who you are, right? And who you are, you figured out who you are and what you like in your sacral chakra. That's your sensuality, your sexuality, your self-acceptance, right? Then your solar plex is your actual power. You feel what I'm saying? Your self-esteem. You know what I'm talking about? It gives you a certain type of confidence, right? This confidence helps you live in the world or go off into the world or whatever. Now you got your heart chakra, right? You all about love, but what love is that? It's the self-love. Cause ain't nobody gonna go inside themselves and do all this due diligence or whatever and let anybody mess it up. It's not just about relationships. It's about the close relationship that you have with individuals. Period. Because you raising up your vibration. So when you pass the heart chakra, right? You loving yourself because you didn't figure out what it is you want to do. You got the throat chakra now, and they say what you mean and mean what you say, right? Practice chanting, singing, reading out loud, or humming. Chant the mantra sound for this chakra. Hum. Wear the color light blue. Drink tea that soothes the throat, such as peppermint and slippery elm and spearmint. So when we're dealing with the throat chakra, you feel what I'm talking about? You really want to heal everything that has to do with your throat. You feel what I'm talking about? Thyroids and all. You know, that's why they be saying the tea and everything else. So also when we dealing with the throat chakra, it's not all about just talking. It says speak your truth. So if you don't have anything to say, don't speak at all. You feel me? A lot of times when you go to speak, you ain't even supposed to say nothing. The spirit ain't even gonna allow that to come through. You feel me? Now, from speaking this truth, you know, releasing some energy that you acquired and spreading some information and knowledge. The third eye chakra is all about trusting your intuition and your vision, right? You done got to a point to where you got confidence enough to speak your truth. What is your truth? It's not the truth, it's your truth. Right? So it's it's the ancient mysteries of the quote unquote self. What is the self? The self, in layman's terms, could be the subconscious mind, the Ori, the netherworld, Osiris, Sut. You see what I'm saying? The Great Old Ones, the Titans, the Nephilim, the Fallen. Right? These characters, these spirits, these aspects, these archetypes exist as aspects of the subconscious mind, because it's so vast, or aspects of the self, the true self, not the physical body. Okay, you get to talk what you want to talk about, what you know to be real, to be true. How do you know it's real? How do you know it's true? Because you went inside of your, what's that word? You went inside of yourself and you experienced that. Remember, I was telling you the other day, when you meditating and you taking your awareness to these little dimensions or whatever, it's just like Ant-Man in the Quantum Mania. It's particle universes basically, or particle realms. You know. So with that, the third eye, they was saying when you receive an intuitive hint, act on it. It will strengthen your intuition, right? And now listen, we talking about the third eye chakra, right? But it just said it would strengthen your intuition. Your intuition comes from your solar plexus. You feel what I'm saying? Which is connected to your subconscious mind, which is your soul, your true self. So all of these chakras got a part to play, and they piggyback off of each other. So it's good to go one by one and deal with one and heal one at a time. You know what I'm saying? Set the intention that you wish to connect with your inner wisdom. Add dark blue and indigo colors to your wardrobe. Eat foods such as black currants, uh, blackberries, blueberries, eggplant, prunes, beets, and rainbow chard. Remove fluoride. We know that. Remove fluoride from your diet using water purifying from the system, a purifying system, because fluoride calcifies the pineal gland, which is directly linked to the third eye. But we knew that now. I know we know that. At least I did for sure. You know what I'm saying? But we wanna do these things or whatever because we're working towards something. You know what I'm saying? The fact of the matter is we are all one, right? We're all one, and but we forget that this one being, and it don't matter what you talk about and how you explain it, there was always one great being and one all-knowing substance, okay? That knowing substance broke itself up into different pieces. Now, you ask yourself, how was that created? It was self-created. How did you get here? You think you got here because your mom and your dad had sex. That was just what you done. You created that little interaction. But inside of the womb, as a baby or as a fetus or whatever, you create your own embryonic sac, and then from then on, you start to create your own body parts. You feel me? So watch this. This all powerful, all one, this one being, right? This entity created itself. It was self created. Created itself with with everything there is in creation. This is the uncreated potential of all, right? The only thing that it lacked was an experience. So we know this thing that we call dualism. Dualism is dualism is you have two polarities, right? There's really one polarity because it's one theme. This one theme is talking about what goes on in life. So when you think about life, you think about all the things in life. Not saying the things you want to be good. I'm talking about everything, the good, the bad, the ugly. You think about that. All of that has to happen with two types of entities. You have something that will bring about the pleasurable aspects of life, right? But then you have to have something that will negate that. You have to have something that will go against that. You feel what I'm saying? And that's what dualism is. But the misconception is when society tells you that one is good and one is bad. That's not what it's based upon. You are actually what this being is, this all powerful being is. The only thing that you lack, like I was saying earlier, was the experience. So you self-created. You created yourself with everything inside of you, knowing what to do, right? You just had to have the experience. Now, how long does this experience been going on? Science told you you didn't been here for about 13 billion years. I'd have been telling you you've been here for 100 billion years plus. If you understand if you understand the function of the body on a quantum scale, you will really get it. Because just we meditating, we meditating, we visualizing, we tap into our dreams and all that stuff. All of that on a science level, this is what they would tell you in quantum physics. It's nothing but particles. And then they give you a movie that you can understand because it's a movie. They give you Ant-Man in a quantum verse. That's all that is. When the Egyptians was telling you to go to the underworld or go to the Duat or whatever, and it was friendly and it was hostile entities there, that's what they were talking about. So Ant-Man, when he was going inside that little realm with Kang the Conqueror and all that stuff, that's what they was talking about. That's why I keep telling y'all was giants. What was they saying in that movie? They was saying, "Oh, you come from the upper realm. You come from where the giants are, the big people. You are giants. The quote unquote gods, whatever you want to call them, spirits, angels, demons. The quote unquote gods were created in the primordial world out of or from primordial beings. And when they fought against those primordial beings, they didn't kill them because they couldn't kill them. And the fight went on for 10 years. These were 10 celestial years. And the gods were able to overpower them and basically destroy them enough to where they can recreate something. And they took them and created men and everything else around you that you see right now, which only scientifically makes up 4% of the universe. So what you see to be the known universe makes up 4%, and what you know to be yourself makes up 2%. And the other 98 and the other 96 for both is your dark matter energy, or your scientifically, or your what do they call that? What do they call it? Your junk DNA, right? But what in actuality is junk DNA? Junk DNA would be, a plethora, a library of viruses and bacteria. You know what I'm talking about? Really records of things that happened, you know what I'm saying, in the past. When you think about a virus and all that, it's just the spirit. Because the quote unquote diseases that you get or whatever is really your body's way of defending itself. So too much of anything, like they say, is bad. You know what I'm saying? So when you have too much calcium built up, and it crystallizes and causes cancer. You know what I'm saying? Now, watch this. This is why I say there's spirits, because spirits feed, right? Spirits feed. So you got the calcium build up inside of your body, and then it crystallizes, it turns into cancer. Cancer feeds off sugar. You feel what I'm saying? Not natural sugar, but sugar, processed sugar. So then these little entities that exist inside of you or whatever, right? They give you the urge to go eat certain things. You have an appetite for certain things. That's why they tell you you gotta detox not only your body, but you gotta detox your taste buds as well. You feel what I'm saying? So you got these little cancer cells inside of your body telling you to go, oh man, go feed on this, go eat this, go eat that, go eat this, go eat that. And you think that is just what you want to do. But no, you got other entities living inside of you. Remember Spider-Man, and they had the whole Venom. Venom is a symbiotic creature. You feel me? And that's basically what these diseases are. That's why I say they ain't nothing but spirits. So what kind of spirit do you want to have inside of you? You know what I'm saying? Because you already have a spirit. So do you want to have a healthy spirit or unhealthy spirit? You feel me? So this is why they say eat healthy. You eat healthy and you starve the cancer, and the cancer dies off. Or you can go to the hospital and they give you something to suppress. You feel what I'm saying? The symptoms or whatever, which means you still got it. You still got it. You still going through the process of basically deterioration or whatever. But you just not feeling the pain anymore. You know what I'm saying? Nah, man, it's something way different, right? So now the crown chakra, The crown chakra is all about becoming connected to our inner divine, as well as our connection to the divine. So when I was saying, going back to one's actual self, right? Hold on. Hold your horses. Practice gratitude. Cultivate a meditative practice. Chant the mantra Om. Om is actually the sound of the universe. Wear the color purple or white. Set an intention that you are in touch with your crown chakra, the divine within yourself, and the divine source, universe, God, goddess. So, when you elevate yourself from root to crown, it's like opening the door to the cosmos. Okay? We have something called the Kabbalah, or the tree of life. And then you have the Kalipah, which is the tree of death, the back of the Kabbalah. Now, some people will say that's a bad thing. Some people say it's not. I will tell you this. At the top of the Kabbalah, right, it's 10 spheres on it, or they call them Sipparah. You have Kether. If you take the K off, that's ether, right? But watch this. It's the first sign of physical manifestation on the tree of life. So when you go beyond that, it's like going beyond your crown chakra. Because when you go beyond your crown chakra, you tap into cosmic information. So when they say cosmic information, they're talking about ultraviolet radiation. They're talking about gamma radiation, gamma waves. What do you call that? Cosmic, cosmic, cosmic blue rays. All of these different unseen lights that you cannot see. There's all types of different lights on the light spectrum, but you can't see them or whatever. But you're able to absorb them and obtain them through your crown chakra with this process. So it's the same thing as as the as the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah at the very top, you got Kether, and when you go beyond Kether, you go to Ein Sof, Ein Sofer. That's 9 ether, or Sophia, or the triple stages of darkness. The triple stages of darkness, 369, is 9 ether. 9 ether, this is a feminine energy, because it's looked at as the great mother. It's not, and it's not in actuality the great mother. It's just an aspect of the great mother. So you got this Ein Sof, Ein Sofer, you feel me, which is Sophia, the wisdom, or that 9 ether, or whatever. This is a feminine energy. This is why everybody's telling you to raise up the divine feminine that's inside of you. Because in actuality, when you get to Gnosticism, right? When you get to Gnosticism, it talks about a fall. See, in the Bible, they tell you about the fall of the ancients, or not the ancients, but the angels or whatever. And now you got demons. You know what I'm saying? So, but remember, I was telling you about these different aspects of your subconscious mind, and one of them being the fallen or whatever, right? This is what that is. You know what I'm saying? You're tapping back into the primeval source of what you are. But in Gnosticism, they talk about a great fall. The great fall was the goddess Sophia, right? The goddess Sophia, or the great mother, that 9 ether energy that's trapped down here in the 9th realm, let's say, because in Gnosticism that's where she resides. Here they say we in the 8th realm. People say that. That's what they say in Gnosticism as well. And Sophia is supposed to exist right above this, meaning she's trapped here. So us raising ourselves up in actuality is raising that aspect of the divine up. You know what I mean? So we all have that. The masculine principle, or the masculine, let's say, the masculine principle, or the masculine side of this, right? When the split happened, it happened here. You feel me? Because Sophia created what you would call God. Most individuals will tell you that God don't exist. You know, God does exist, right? God is Yaldabaoth. That's the name. That's the most ancient name that you can have for God. God is Yaldabaoth. You can say the devil or anything like that, or whatever, but God is Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth means come here, child. And Sophia, what was going on in these primordial realms was it was a lot of creation going on. There was a lot of happenings. You know what I'm saying? A lot of movement, a lot of emotions going on in these primordial worlds. But it was a great balance in these primordial worlds. Everybody had a mate. You know what I'm saying? This is why everyone has a twin flame. Because what Soulshyne said the other day, like, and it's true, the twin flame is basically a soul that splits in half. All y'all have that, okay? Everybody that possesses a soul. So Sophia did not create with her particular mate. Now, she didn't do this to be devious or anything like that. She just did it out of, I guess, love and the, what's that word? What's that word? The passion of what was going on around her. You know what I'm talking about? That she manifested an ugly being inside of her, an ugly being that we call Yaldabaoth or we call God, right? And this was out of conjunction with what we had going on. And she didn't destroy it or didn't discard it properly. She hid it in a bubble. We're here right now in that bubble. She hid it in the bubble. And when she hid it in the bubble, it began to create things on its own, right? Now, this particular being is a masculine being, right? But we, in the primordial worlds, we were androgynous. So both masculine and feminine, we lived together in union. You feel me? Sophia was the last emanation, meaning the last form of light that was created in these primordial worlds. You feel me? And after that, she created this world. Well, not this world, but created Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth created this world. Us, we were created in the higher realms. She was created in the lower realms of the primordial world. See, it gets way deeper than that. You feel me? We were self-created in the beginning. In the beginning, in Gnosticism, you have, they call it God the Father. God the Father is the new. The new is the primeval waters, basically. And and the reflection of the new is Barbello. You know what I'm saying? So in Gnosticism, they call it Barbello. Barbello is literally the reflection, but it means to boil over. So we're still talking about primeval waters. Why did I say that though? And why am I connecting it to new? Because the new is the Egyptians' depiction of the primeval waters, and it's depicted as a male androgynous being with breast and the fake beard, the false beard, and it's an Egyptian pose, but it has the waters going through it basically, and it's blue. So it's a masculine and feminine energy or whatever. This is where you get that from. Remember, I told you that Gnosticism comes from Coptic Egyptian, meaning everything that was on the walls, they wrote down in paper. So they just simplified it basically. So now you got God the Father and you got Barbello, the reflection. You don't see God the Father because it's the primeval water, but the reflection of it is the Great Mother. So all in all both energies existed, but it still comes from the Great Mother. You know what I'm saying? And then out of the love and being able to see itself. You know what I'm saying? Barbello and God the Father being able to see itself, they made it together. Both energies coming together and made it together or whatever. And out of that mate was the self-created. This is what they say. This is how they depicted and everything. The self-created. The self-created rose up out of that. And from there it had four luminaries that had, let's say, with three or four other aeons to come along with them to make that 12 or whatever. So this is where you get that Christ and the 12 disciples or whatever. But what it is a cosmic version of it. You feel what I'm saying? So it tells you where we biblically get it from. let's say if it actually happened for real, we we're telling you in Gnosticism where it came from, right? So why is the Christ or the Christos important? The autogenius, because when after the fall and all this was created, right? The Christ was the one that came down as the serpent and 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 convinced the atoms, the Pajiradamas, well, Adam, to because it's two atoms. It's the Pajiradamas atom, which is the perfect human atom, and then it's the physical human atom, right? But it was the Christ that came down here and what do you call that? Disguised himself as a serpent and convinced Adam to do that. Why? Because Pajiradamas, so meaning the first Adam, the perfect human, is not a human. Pajiradamas, that's just what it means. So literally, it's just a blueprint. It's a realm that existed in one of the aeons or one of the luminaries of the Christ. So it was with one of the disciples of the Christ, basically, in the cosmic realm. And it was an idea that existed in the pleroma. Pleroma means fullness. So the Christ and his luminaries and the what do you call that shit? God the Father and the Barbello make a five-faced um 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 geographic shape, basically. A five-faced geographic symbol. But the Christ is the head of that. So you are the head of that. You, I, all of us. Because the story is talking about us. So when Adam was created, this idea was created and stolen or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It, that light existed inside of that. You feel what I'm saying about? So the Christ, the auto genius or whatever, disguised itself, told Adam to do all that other extra shit or whatever, and it gave Adam the light to know how to get back to that particular fullness, basically. Peace, 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 Soulshyne, peace. You know what I'm saying? So this is what this is what they really, even if they don't say it, this is what they really mean when they be going around talking about nine ether, nine ether, nine ether. Nine ether is the great mother in actuality. So in all actuality, it is a feminine energy. This is why all of us are always saying, raise your feminine energy up, tap into your divine feminine and all of that. Because that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody has, or everybody, it don't matter what you is, you have a form of masculine energy, but that was only created here in the physical. Because it's a reaction, is what you can see. It's all in your face. You know what I'm saying? But that's not to say that it's not a part of us. So remember I was saying the other day when people tapping into God and all that stuff on a mundane level is just a shadow aspect of what you actually can be tapping into. So it's higher and lower aspects. So you have an aspect of God that only wants to deal with the physical world, you know what I'm talking about? And you have an aspect of God that wants you to raise yourself up. You get what I'm talking about? You, on a personal scale, are supposed to go inside of yourself and redirect or correct God inside of you. You know what I'm saying? We can't do that as a people, you know? And that's why dealing with your chakras is important. You know what I'm saying? But like I was saying, most individuals will be stuck at certain levels in their chakra. Your root, your chakra, and your solar plexus, right? They really govern a lot inside of your humanity. And when you're dealing with spirituality, trying to raise up your vibration, that's what you're actually fighting against. You know what I'm saying? On a mundane level, people with religion, they're doing it as well, but they call it the devil. So when things go bad in their life, they say, "Oh man, the devil did it," and yada yada yada. You get what I'm talking about? But life is not happening to you; you are happening to life. You know what I'm saying? So us, we got a different concept when it comes to that. You know what I'm talking about? Because you understand that you are in control. So if you are in control, you are God and the devil of your reality. You're both polarities, because something good or quote unquote bad has to happen in your reality to get anything done, basically. Not saying you got to go out here and just do some fictitious things or whatever and all that stuff, because really it's a mental thing. It's not really a physical thing that you got to go out here and do. It's all about your way of thinking, and if you could just get to a different way of thinking and a different perception, you know what I'm saying? Life would probably be a lot great for you, or a little bit better. But we have too many people telling us that we're gods, we're goddesses, we're this, we're that, or whatever, and we're not talking about the essential things when it comes to spirituality. We have essential things that come to spirituality. You know how it's when they in the movies, you got the apocalypse. They're like, oh man, you got to get your essentials. All right, man. Well, when you want to raise yourself up to the highest part of what you actually are, without blockages, without setbacks, because it can be that and it will be that if you do it in certain ways. You know what I'm saying? Because there's different ways how you can raise yourself up, but the best way you can do it is to clear out the illusions and clear out the unhealthy and all of the toxins that's inside of you, all of the influences that don't align with who you are. You know what I'm saying? If it's something that's being presented to you that does not align with what you're trying to do and where you're actually going and where you want to go, then you shouldn't be around that. You know what I'm talking about? They were saying when you deal with your solar plexus, that's when you have to start creating healthy boundaries with individuals around you, because your solar plex, that's your soul energy, that's yourself, your actual self. Remember, your solar plexus and your third eye is connected to your third eye and your solar plexus is connected to your intuition. Your intuition is connected to your subconscious mind. You know what I'm talking about? Your subconscious mind, that's your actual soul, and your subconscious mind is connected to your dreams. So when you tap into your dreams, that's your subconscious mind talking to you, your soul talking to you. You know what I'm saying? Because we as what we are, you know what I'm saying, we're interdimensional beings. So we get to have a multi-reality. You know what I'm saying? You get to have this physical reality, but you have a spiritual reality as well. But dealing in your spiritual reality, you're gonna raise yourself up to the solar level. You know what I'm saying? Things are gonna start to get different then. See, dealing with spirituality, things are different already, right? Because it's metaphysics, it's beyond the physical, or it's occult, it's the hidden knowledge, the hidden culture, right? But when you start to deal with the solar aspect of what you are, and that's what you want to get to, you start to get different revelations. You know what I'm saying? Different dreams and all types of things. And this is what happens. So what you want to do is you want to tap into your chakras, regardless of how little it sounds and weak it sounds and all that stuff or whatever, because the chakras is one of the most powerful things on your body, because it's energizing you. All of us have an aura, okay? Everybody has an aura. Everything has an aura. But the thing is, if you look at your chakras, it's the rainbow. They really they literally get your chakras from the rainbow. You know what I'm saying? Remember I told y'all we got the rainbow gang, and so they reversed it. Just like your chakras can be reversed. And when you deal with your root chakra, you can either be in fear or you can either be grounded. You know what I'm talking about? But the thing is, since you have this particular rainbow that's going on inside of you or whatever, right? You can cleanse it, because the aura coming off of you on the smallest scale, what we call micro or quantum, is actually bacteria. So it's your own cosmic waste coming up off of you, right? But too much of anything is not good, and you don't want to have everything. You know what I'm talking about? Because everything ain't for you. You feel me? So you take what you need and release what you don't need. Higher frequencies like joy, peace, yes, yes. And it be sounding so like, oh, but you just saying this. See, it'll get darker. You know what I'm saying? It'll get darker. Like it can get that way, but that's not what it's about. It's ultimately about what Soulshyne is talking about right now. You know what I'm saying? Love, communication, joy, peace, being secure, feeling secure. You know what I'm saying? but it may take the nitty gritty to get to that point. You feel me? It may take the nitty gritty to get to that point. Appreciation and gratitude is of high standard in my eyes, because I feel like appreciation as well as gratitude, which is the same thing to me, will put you in a place of receiving. You know, we all trying to, we all trying to, we all have this goal, like we say, of reaching higher frequencies or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? But it takes time to get there. It takes time and patience. They say patience is a virtue, but that does not mean that things aren't happening for you. You know what I'm talking about? That doesn't mean that the little causes that you putting in or whatever, you ain't getting no effect on that. Because cause and effect is gonna always apply. The darkness makes you appreciate those moments. Yes, yes. So, and right, speaking on that, I feel like on both ends, you don't get caught up, on neither side, because there's gonna come a time where you're gonna feel the light, right? And there's gonna come a time where you're gonna feel the darkness. So you gotta be. That's why I always say you gotta find balance and walk that middle point, because the law of rhythm is gonna always apply. In the Emerald Tablets, they talk about the law of rhythm. How, let's just say let's say if you experience 100 years of pain, right, you're going to experience 100 years of pleasure. Period, point blank. It don't matter if it's in the next life or next lifetimes or whatever. You're going to it's going to happen regardless. And this is what Thoth talks about. You feel what I'm saying? Thoth, Jehudi, Hermes, whatever you want to call them. Knowing the darkness helps you. Yes, because you ready for this? Watch this. You remember how we always talk about this Soulshyne when we talk about how, you know, the left hand path, and people be saying, I'm dark side, I'm dark side, I'm dark side, I'm dark side. Saying that you're dark side. Remember I told you, you want to fight it, you fighting against your humanity. Saying that you're the dark side or whatever is basically saying that you're a human. Because this divine light came here and was now solidified. Oh, Soulshyne, you want to be a guest? Hold on. I didn't see that. I gotta bring Soulshyne on here, y'all. Soulshyne, she the one.
Peace, peace,
Peace, peace,
family.
peace. But like saying that you're saying that you are, I'm dark side, I'm dark side, I'm dark side. That's just saying that you're a human, because your light, that light fell down here. You can look up the what do you call it, the fallen and all the little fallen angels or whatever, and it will always correlate to humans, and where they feel that it's always correlates to here. So with that
Mm-hmm.
understanding, we know it's still the light that we're dealing with. Now we still have to be able to go through that, and like you was talking about, knowing the darkness helps you move through it or whatever. That's what I mean when I say know who you are and what you are. What is this physical body?
Mm-hmm.
What does this physical body mean for you in your life or whatever? And me personally, I feel like this is the true darkness for real. So to understand this or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's I can do what you just said right there.
Knowing yourself at all frequencies, whether low and dark in every aspect, because knowing yourself and how you react in those darker situations versus it's like looking at life. Say maybe at one point before you were more enlightened or consciousness or conscious, I mean, you reacted more negatively in those darker aspects or darker experiences, and then later on in life you realize like that's what maturity is knowing how to handle those situations even better, you feel? So then when you face that same darkness again later, you don't have that same emotional response. You don't let it control you. You don't let it take you to a place where you don't want to go. It's that control of yourself, that understanding of self, and that acceptance of self. And then also it's like what I had to learn was, like when I started on my spiritual journey, I was all okay, love and light, love and light, love and light. But what I've also learned from like other spiritual teachers and things like that, love and light don't always solve everything. It can help, but love and light, darkness is heavier than love and light. Love and light can win, but what you gonna do when the darkness is hitting you and the light ain't dissipating the darkness? You gotta embrace your darkness as well in order to beat that dark force that's coming against you.
That's I agree with that so much. I'm trying to like I want people to understand how there's no such thing as a good
It's good and
or a
evil.
bad. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? There's no such thing
Hmm.
as that, but you've been taught that. So when those things happen that you just said or
It's
whatever,
about perspective.
Yeah,
How
you
you
won't be
feel
able
it's
to do nothing.
happening to you is how you're gonna feel it's good or bad.
Yeah.
It's something that's good for someone else, you could feel is bad for you or bad for someone else, and it goes both ways in every aspect.
Now we dealing with resignation and everything else. You feel what I'm saying?
Hmm.
But and that and another thing, see, because I'm glad you're here. Because now look, y'all, if y'all listen, if y'all was here or whatever, and listen to this or whatever, y'all heard me talk about the Soul Tribe family or whatever. That's one of my family members right there. You feel what I'm saying? So somebody had said this, Soulshyne.
What
Somebody
they
had
say?
said, there was like I had saw this video. Now I feel her, but she was like, y'all, when y'all on y'all spiritual journey, you gotta watch out for like looking for a soul tribe or whatever and all that stuff or whatever, because you get into whatever and the leader, if they if you do anything that they don't like or whatever, the members and stuff, like you'll get in trouble. First and foremost, right? Who leading this? We all just family.
Yeah, we all leading ourselves, you
You
feel?
feel you
But
feel me?
it's like because we trust ourselves, we're also trusting each other to lead each other in certain aspects because we understand that others have experience in different, in different areas, and then at the same time, above all else, we're gonna trust ourselves regardless. Like we trust each other, but we trust ourselves each more.
Right. Like she said, that's a cult, right? I'm like, listen, if you go to somewhere and it's a leader, that's a cult. Period. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Like. So
organized energy.
I I say you're not gonna know that you and your soul family when it hits you. It's like you know what I'm
It just
saying?
pop up.
Yeah. Then you like, yo, I feel like I've been knowing him all my life. You know what I'm talking about? And then slowly but surely, you just build a connection. Like I don't know, like I don't know. I don't agree with that. But I had to speak on that because I got somebody right here. You feel what I'm saying? And she ain't gonna lie. You feel what I'm saying? She ain't gonna lie. And if anything, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? I'm not gonna lie to you. See, me and Soulshine, we close in age, but and I'm older than her. But Soulshine she gives me more of the mother matriarch energy. You know what I'm talking about? So, if anything, I learned so much from her. She probably learned from me too, but that's not what it's about for me. I'm just about me learning from
Aw,
her.
you gonna make me
For
blush.
no, no, I'm serious though. You feel what I'm saying? Cause look, even though it's about, see, you know how you just said, I'll make you blush and all that. So it's probably something positive that I was saying, whatever, right? But I was just saying something
Hmm.
selfish though. You know what I'm talking about? I'm worried about me and what I'm learning from you. You feel me? But that made you
Hmm.
feel good because you have something to offer. You know what I'm saying? People don't
Yeah.
understand that. People don't understand that.
That's the biggest thing about when you finally connect with your soul family. It's like, where when they say go where you're appreciated at, go where you're celebrated at. So it's like when your soul family come in after having like traumatic experiences, like with say like your own family or friends and stuff like that, being in a place where your differences are celebrated, where the different things about you in other places that weren't accepted are appreciated, and just like we just showing love to each other and also accepting each other. Like we ain't argued not now once. Like we all speak up. Like if we don't agree with something, we'll say we don't agree with it, but it don't cause no big, because we just let each other be. Like ain't
Cause
no
what is this?
force in it. It just
Cause
flows. Like just let
what
it
is
do what it do naturally.
what is there to argue about for real? For real?
Nothing. That's
Like you
too
know what I'm
much
saying?
energy.
You know what I'm saying? Like you feel me? I don't even I'd be happy to talk to y'all. You know what I'm saying? When we finna talk again, type shit. You feel me? Like yeah, man. I don't want like
Hmm.
scared because like you said when you said your abilities, your thoughts and all that, it's appreciated, whatever. Yeah, so now you ready to share, and not only is you ready to share, you ready to learn. Okay, now it's like dang. Now I feel like you remember when we talking, I be asking you questions like, you just be saying stuff that just be resonating, connecting. I be like, okay, so what is this? What is this? Now you just made me understand this. I've been wondering about this. You know what I'm saying? Because it'd be certain things that I be like dealing with that I don't speak on, not because I feel like somebody go down crazy. I just don't think nobody understands. So and it's like you can't really
Hmm.
look it up on YouTube or maybe or how to word it basically, you know what I'm talking about. But then you would come in and be like, I had this experience, but oh, that's the, you know what I'm saying? So that right there is further confirmation, like, yeah, these are individuals that you're supposed to be talking to, or be around or surround yourself with.
Yeah, because it's like that. What's that saying? It's like if you're the smartest person in the room, you need to be in a different room. And now it's like, yeah, I feel smart. I feel, I'm a genius, period. I'm a genius. We all
Yeah.
geniuses. But it's like we can each learn something rather than, being in a place where you've outgrown, like being a plant, we done took ourselves out of the small pots that we were placed in and put ourselves in bigger pots, or then planted ourselves out in nature and are resonating and meeting other plants and other frequencies, other animals, like metaphorically speaking, that resonate with us.
So I'm gonna take this picture down. So hold on. So speaking on the what's that word? The genius, right? How do you do this? Speaking on the geniuses.
Mm-hmm.
So you know how we be saying, the genius is it comes from the daemon or the daemon or the
Mm-hmm.
demon or whatever. You feel what I'm talking
The
about?
gene,
Yeah,
the
yeah,
gene,
yeah,
gene,
yeah.
gene.
You feel me? So just like, but how you say you a genius and we still can learn from everybody else and all that stuff, whatever. That's
Mm-hmm.
what you're doing when you tapping into your inner genius. You know what I'm talking about? There's so many different aspects of the genius. You feel what I'm saying? Or the gen. You feel me? In your subconscious mind or whatever that you can tap into and gain, I guess, skills or whatever in life or whatever else you really want for real,
Mm-hmm.
for real. There's so many different aspects of it. You know what I'm talking about? Not just the 72, but I like, yeah. So I agree with that. Like people just be feeling like, so because somebody got on her ear like, oh, intellectualize it. Oh, you use that big ass word. You think you smart. No, man. Like, yeah, I'm smart. I'm a genius, but I still can learn. I'm smart because I'm
Yeah.
still able to learn.
And a lot
Take
of,
it easy.
so okay, one is like a lot of individuals don't realize that they can, learn from themselves. You feel like, yes, you can learn from others, but you can also learn so
Hmm.
much from yourself as well, especially when you're getting to know yourself. Getting to know yourself helps you understand other individuals, because then you start noticing the stuff about yourself that you recognize in yourself and others, and that helps you to learn and know
That's the phase
others.
I'm going through right now.
Like, say you got a nervous tick. Say when you get nervous, you start messing with your hands or something like that. You see somebody else, and you get cool with them or something like that, and you notice when they do that, you're like, okay, they're doing that too. They're either feeling like this or feeling like this, and that helps you to, navigate around certain things because you do the same body language, or maybe they get the stuttering, or you've stuttered before.
Yeah, no,
You just understand those things.
no. Look, I'm not gonna lie to you, because it's like this not like nothing that's been happening to me for like years or whatever, right? But I want to say for like probably I would say 4 months. 4 months I've been noticing that about myself. You feel me? And like I be noticing certain
Hmm.
things and I be seeing. I be like, oh, nah, that made me want to. That made me want to that made me want to do a little bit better. You know what I'm saying? Like do this, do that, and then thinking like that or whatever, and having that type of awareness though, it definitely been a help in my life for real. For who I am. I ain't gonna lie. I don't know who nobody is. I used to be angry. You know what I'm saying? I used to be angry. Now I look at it like,
Same.
but anger gets shit done though. But I used to
Yeah,
be
you can.
incredible Hulk angry all the
You
time.
showed up. Has a time and a place too. Like, depending on your own, how you need to get something to work for you. And then at the same time, you still have to be able to, express those emotions and express those feelings, because emotions are energy. You supposed to, they come and they go. They're a part of life, and you're going to feel, it's like, I feel like as a as the conscious beings, or the souls or the spiritual beings that we are having this human experience, we're meant to experience as many of the emotions that we signed up for, so that we can learn how to use them for better, or also understand other individuals because they experience it. Even if the physical energy that we go through is different and how they manifest, still the energies of the emotions are all the same. All the energies are the same, they just physically look different in each of our lives.
No, I agree with that because I earlier I don't know if you was here.
Mm.
I was saying like, how we talk about the what do you call that? The both the polarities, the
Duality.
yeah, the duality.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking about how we all come from that, but the only thing we lacked was the experience. The thing is,
Mm-hmm.
I think individuals feel like that in these primordial realms when things were just happening and moving around with just emotion, so energy just moving around. They feel like it was like
Mm-hmm.
humans. No, it wasn't humans. These was alchemical processes or whatever. Basically mapping its way all the way down here because everything really trickles down or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And but all, like you say, all of those emotions and everything still existed there. You know what I'm talking about? And I feel like that's why I always bring up Gnosticism because they wasn't playing when they was talking about that. But yeah,
Yeah, but see, that's something you and 360 been teaching me about because I didn't know nothing about narcissism. Like I had probably heard the word a few different times, and then like even like Isis teaching me about the power of nine. Like Isis activated me in a certain way. The knowledge that I have learned from her in just this short time has helped to positively affect me and also helped me to manifest certain realities and energies because I'm
yeah,
like understanding the power of nine even more, the power of infinity. Okay, the power of the primordial energy, the nine ether.
yeah. Now look, now I be always applying that to this to this Gnosticism or whatever, or the what do you call that, or the Sophia. Sophia is in Gnosticism, but Sophia is like the Great Mother, but it's like a reflection of the true Great Mother. The true Great Mother come from that actual source. But
Mm-hmm.
I want to read this because I never read this, but it says the father is like is the new. You know, in the Egyptian mythology, you got the primordial, but it's a pit guys out here. Doing Egyptian culture.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know what is it called? You know um, the Gnosticism it comes from copy of Egyptian. So it say the father was surrounded by luminous spiritual water. He gazed into the water and saw himself, or saw his reflection. His reflection became Barbello. Barbello means to pour over. Now, Barbello is the reflection. So the reflection is the mother. It says became Barbello the mother, his counterpart. So now we know we're talking about both masculine and feminine energy. And then it says, it's because I want you to hear this as far as because it plays a part in the emotions that you was talking about. It says Barbello was also called Pronoia, which means forethought. So this is forethought. And then because she was the first thought of the Father, this luminous waters, Barbello asked for the Father to grant foreknowledge, incorruptibility, life eternal, truth, and all these other things. Now, but what these things, how they explain these things in Gnosticism, they say these things are aeons. So these are long periods, extensive time or whatever, you know what I'm talking about, or realms.
Mm-hmm.
And like one and the same or both basically at the same, you know what I'm saying? So this is how we existed. And then they talk about, they said the father gazed into Barbello and conceived by him, she gave hold on. She gave birth to a spark similar to the Father's light. So this luminous light. This was the sun. We know it's a celestial sun though, because we talking about light and all that other stuff. Called the
Mm-hmm.
autogenes. The autogenes or self-created. So they just said they came together and gave birth to this thing, but it's called the autogenes or self-created. And since he was at the bottom identical with the Father, he was called Christ, a name greater than every name. The Father anointed the Son with his goodness, meaning like all the light and everything and all this stuff, whatever. So gave this nigga all the knowledge, but not just this nigga. I'm talking about us. This is what I be meaning when I be talking about that, and when I be trying to bring it in with the Gnosticism and whatever. So way before Sophia even got here or whatever, we was created. You feel I'm talking about? Or we self-created ourselves or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
the nine ether, the Sophia, the Great Mother, that's here. In Gnosticism or in the Bible, when they talk about the fall, in the Bible they only talk about the fall of the angels. You know what I'm saying? But in Gnosticism they talk about two falls. They talk about the fall of Sophia, and they talk about the other fall of us coming down here to retrieve that. Or in Egyptian mythology, the what do you call that? Osiris being broken up into many pieces. You know what I'm saying? And now we got to put it back together.
See, what you just said, it just sparked like I when you said that, I heard the metaphorical connection
Let me
Okay,
hear it.
so like the connection of, finding that feminine energy within yourself, and then with the auto genes and the auto energy, it's like that flow, connecting yourself, making yourself whole after it has been, split off after certain situations, okay, or life itself, or how your soul splits, like twin flame energy as well, and
Yes.
coming back to that wholeness. Like
Hey,
that's
hey,
what I
hey,
just heard when I.
hey, Soulshine. Listen, I know you because you
Mhm.
on point. You you should have been here earlier because I had brought you up. I was talking about how I feel like the whole father and Barbello, the mother, both of those energies together, because
Mhm.
it's really not separate energies. It's really one because you have this water, but you have the
Mhm. They
reflection
said
of
the
the water.
reflection.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying.
Mhm.
So I really look at that as another aspect of the twin flame because you have
Mhm.
you have the self created coming out of that, but the self created comes down here to retrieve
Yep.
all the, like, you know what I'm saying, all the well, not
That
all of it, but
self-made energy also makes me
yeah.
think of healing. So that self-made is, like I said, becoming whole again, recreating yourself, and like also like forming your own life, your reality. Like that's how I'm like thinking about. That's how it's computing with me.
No, that's what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? I think people be looking, but you now look, it definitely can be looked at other ways, though, for sure, because this is what
Yeah.
anthology does. But as far as end
Mhm.
time events, eschatology, end time events, what's going on right now? But what's going on right now for us could be going on. It could be something completely different for somebody else. That's why we fuck soul
Mhm.
tribe. That's why we a soul tribe. See, soul tribe, Soulshine ain't. She doing what she doing, and I'm doing what I'm doing. But I resonate with her. She resonate with me. I resonate with her information. She resonate with my information, whatever. And we
Hmm.
share
We
similar
just see it from
ideas.
different perspectives,
That's
like it still flows even though we're looking at it from different. It resonates on different energy scales.
Man, that's what I be trying to tell people. And you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, you loud, even louder. I'm about to turn my volume.
I had to take my headphones off. But oh man, I think I started this video off talking about the chakras because I feel like we be like, 360 be saying, bro, you be really deep and you be getting really deep, right? But
Mm-hmm.
everything is deep if you don't know nothing about your chakras. I tell people to
Yeah.
study, huh? What
I
you?
say, yo,
I tell people to
it
go ahead.
it's like so many. It's just so many levels. Like that's just like the way I just look at things. Just understanding that there are so many different facets and aspects, and then knowing that there are so many different energy levels to each and every last one of those different aspects as well. Like the level of peace and understanding that I've come to within myself, and accepting that, everything, it just is what it is. Like some things are what they are, and then some things just aren't. Some things are what they are, and then also could be taken even deeper.
And that's the journey because first off, right? We didn't broke the illusion that we can just quote unquote unalive, right? We broke that illusion.
Mm-hmm.
That's an illusion. So because of that, we have a plethora of time to
Mm-hmm.
be able to experience quote unquote ascension or knowledge. But ascension is actually decent
Mm-hmm.
to me because when I look up a lot of different mythologies, they talk about going into this underworld or this netherworld or this other world or whatever. The duat, you know,
Mm-hmm.
the quantum realm, whatever. But it has so many different realities that you can learn from or whatever, and you get there by way of your dreams. I got this book called The Dream State or The Dreamlands or whatever. They talk about the 70 steps. Now it's different for us. It'd be 72 steps. But in your dreams, you imagine that, and every step you go to is like a different realm, and you learn something different or whatever, right? And there's
Mm-hmm.
entities.
Yo, I got a huge ass confirmation. I had a dream this morning where when I was asleep, I went to like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 different realms. Each time I went through a portal and I'd end up on a different realm. One of the realms had like the same, well, had one person with the same face dressed in different clothes. And then one realm, there was just nothing but water. Another realm, there was like a whole bunch of people and like, it was kind of like a gymnastics room or something like that. And then another realm, like I kept, this morning I had this dream where, and it was continuous and I kept just going through different portals and experiencing different like realities and different situations with different individuals and seeing one realm that had multiple of just one person and like you just confirmation.
Man, look, man, I'm telling you, like, it's it's really real. But these are the things we have to understand. Cause I don't know if you was here the other day, but you know how as above, so below, as within, so without.
Mm-hmm.
So and I'm under the impression. So I'm just get this out right now. I'm under the impression that we have to have a name as far as we ain't just the solar system. They call it the solar system, but when you look out, it's other constellations. Why are we
Mm-hmm.
in a solar system? And they trick you into thinking that constellations don't have life there. But not saying it's life there like it's life up there, but every celestial constellation has a terrestrial a land mass to align
Mm-hmm.
with it. As above, so below, right? So this what they be meaning when they be talking about outside the walls or whatever, and going deep beneath space or whatever. We already been there. You know what I'm saying? And watch this. You know the movie that they just put out. What is it called? They clone Tyrone.
Yeah, I watched that feeling that's Whew.
They got
We gotta talk about that on live. All of us gotta get on it. We got to break down they clone Tyrone, yo.
they got a clone. That was the movie I was going. Remember when you said we need a movie? That was the movie.
Mm-hmm.
That was the movie I was talking about. But
Yeah.
look, it in that movie though, not in that movie, in the like outside the ice walls or whatever, right? It's a landmass called the Clone Lands. They're not gonna tell you about everything in the cosmos for real because we know more about the ocean than we know about space. They're
Mm-hmm.
not gonna tell you about that or whatever because you will be able to line it up. It's the because how you gonna say the clones the clone what do you call that? The clone constellation. But it is a quote unquote constellation or star system or space system with the Earth that we all knew of, or the planet that looked just like Earth that we all knew
I
of.
feel like space is a reflection. It's like the space is the opposite spectrum of water.
No,
That
no, I
is the
think
absence of fire. Because if space, if you could so-called float in space, like you float in water, you can't breathe underwater, you can't breathe in space, but yet things can freeze in space. That means that there's liquid.
hey things can
Is
things can freeze in the water and burn in the water too because you have volcanoes in there and then you can freeze when you get down
hmm
there.
And
And
then just like the different amounts of planets and solar systems, just like there are an innumerable amount of the water has not been explored. How many creatures are down there? Big, small, so many different creatures that have not been discovered yet, but that are down there. Just because we don't know them or know of them, don't
what?
mean they not down there. Meaning there could be life, there could be other life form.
Oh,
Like,
you you remember that dude that found that little ocean in the bottom of the ocean
mm-hmm,
and they unalived him, right? And then they made Megalodon, and Megalodon is basically the same thing. It just goes more to science fiction because they actually
mm-hmm,
penetrated that ocean, and then you see everything that you just talked about, extraterrestrial. And it's a movie called the the deep in the
what's
deep
the name of that movie?
Kristen Stewart.
I was about to say a different movie. It was a different movie. You know, the one where they had basically the things that were kind of like the creatures that came up out the portal to like another realm out of the in the sea, and they made big robots to defeat them, and it took two minds in order to work the machine.
Oh yes,
What's it
Pacific
called? What's
Rim.
it called?
Pacific
Yeah,
Rim.
Pacific Rim. Yeah. Hmm.
Oh, for real. You know what I'm saying? See now look,
Mm-hmm.
they been had this technology. I was always saying that people like us, they not finna just come and unalive us no more. That's not what's happening no more. They need to utilize that power because we generating too much power. So they're utilizing us as a battery source. That's what we is anyway. So it's kind of like voodoo. You know, when you clone a person, they clone is like a voodoo dog. But watch this. We talk about clones, but it's a land of the clones. Now, you remember what I was telling y'all on a Zoom when I was talking about the that movie and the entities coming from the dead universe and all that stuff. What's going on, Brody? And right?
Peace, family.
What is it called? The clone lands. That's a dead universe, and that's what they said in the movie. Like it's abandoned. Nobody's there no more. None of that. You know what I'm talking about? So it just make me think when all of this stuff is now coming out now. Now the information already been out. They just put it in the movies to make, I guess, people understand it more. And I always say what you say now, that universal law. You feel what I'm talking about? To where they gotta tell people, but you still finna reap what you sow when it deal with us. You know what I'm saying? Because when we reach that point, we do what we want to do. We got a thing called free will now. We got a thing called free will, and we definitely have to. I don't even want to talk about it right now, Soulshyne, because did they clone Tyrone? We have to do a whole live on a School of Enlightenment and Darkness. And everybody listen, y'all. I want to say next Sunday, not this Sunday, we're gonna be going live, me Soulshyne 360 for the School of Enlightenment and Darkness. You know what I'm saying? So y'all can tap into that.
Yeah. Hey, Brody.
Yeah.
Can I get you to explain the flag behind you?
Yes. Okay, look, y'all. So, what we have here is the Baphomet, right? Now, don't even think about the name. What you have is every element, including the ether, you feel I'm talking about, on these 5 points. Okay? What it represents is the body. But not only the body, it represents both masculine and feminine energy. Now, y'all familiar with what's his name? Leonardo da Vinci.
Yeah, Leonardo da Vinci.
He made the perfect man. You only get the perfect man when you illuminate yourself to the highest point. What these two circles mean or whatever, it's supposed to represent your Kundalini energy. You feel what I'm saying? Usually you will have different names representing the Kundalini energy inside of this or whatever. But when you utilize that to raise yourself up to the highest point, it becomes the perfect man or the perfect body or whatever. The reason why it's upside down, right, is because you live in a backwards or upside down world. You know what I'm talking about? Whenever everybody was telling you gotta
above, so below.
Yeah, you gotta tap into this, you gotta tap into that, you gotta, or as far as what's good and what's bad or whatever. What they told you what was bad is what you're supposed to be tapping into because it's the hidden knowledge of what you actually are. You feel what I'm saying? So reversing the pentagram, whatever, is pulling the cosmic energy down towards you. You know what I'm talking about? And it's raising your particular vibration up. So that's where you get the Baphomet. But some people, you get what I'm saying? Some people now they use it in a satanic thing or whatever. I guess they just use that or whatever. But if you actually look up the picture of Baphomet, he's sitting with the peace sign like this: peace above, peace below, as above, so below, as within, so without. And he's sitting on top of, because we was talking about the chakras, he's sitting on top of his he's sitting on
pillar,
top of earth
or altar
of earth. Yeah, so earth represents your root chakra. Also, he has, they don't notice this, he has both the masculine and feminine energy rising up his caduceus, and he has the wings, and he has the breast representing the androgynous energy. Also, he has the horns representing fertility. Also, he has the star
protection as well.
The star in his pineal gland, making it and the star in his pineal gland is actually the pentagram up, so it's not down. So you got that, and then you got fire coming out of his head, representing the crown chakra. So what he represents is masculine or
enlightenment as well. Enlightenment.
Yeah, no, ultimate enlightenment. You know what I'm talking about? Inside of one's being, because you mastering your humanity. You know what I'm talking about? And you raising yourself up to your highest point. And then you do what you want to do after that, whatever it is what it is. You know what I'm talking about? But you understand now, you know what I'm saying? You can't get mad at whatever happens at life or whatever, because you done what you've done to get to this point. And Some people say it's bad, some people say it's good, but it
I was
just
about to speak on the demonization of it.
yeah. Go ahead, no, speak on that.
So basically, like the demonization of it, like the same with the goat energy, like how they say like that's an evil energy. Like it's been brought out to be like if enlightenment would be seen as more of a devilish energy or because then it's like you're in control of yourself, and then at the same time you're at this place within yourself where you're more comfortable, but you would be seen in a lower or negative aspect because you're not doing or living in the way that others would like for you to, and that would be seen as bad. And then also with the goat also stands for greatest of all time. You know how goats can stand on walls like with bare cracks, where
Mm-hmm.
humans can't even climb, but yet they can stand on that place. They can be in those harsher areas and still live and also stand there like it's nothing. That's also another aspect that connects with enlightenment.
Goats, those are supposed to be Christ creatures. Goats, lambs, sheep, and stuff like that. Those supposed to be
Hmm.
Christ creatures. You feel what I'm talking about?
And they have different
It's
perspectives too. They're the only creatures that have rectangle pupils.
mm, it's so many dynamics in this thing here that we call spirituality. But the
Hmm.
like so as we build on these things, you guys, we can't never forget that you're supposed to put yourself personally in the shoes of whatever aspect we're talking about, because it's still a personal thing. You get what I'm talking about? And you're
Mm.
trying to raise a certain awareness up in your mind.
And it's been used in more negative aspects in order to keep you away from the true understanding of it. Because if you were to scratch the surface of it, then you would see the true meaning of it, and then they would you would be more in control of yourself and out of the control of others.
And the crazy thing about it is, Soulshyne, because what she said is so true. How it's been presented to you in a negative way, right? As far as like this is what you think,
Hmm.
but it's been used
Conditioning.
against you. You've been conditioned to feel like
Hmm.
it's bad, but it's been used against you because they know where the true power lies. You know what I'm saying? They know what's going on for real, for real. Like we can get up here right now and talk about like okay, for instance, the Baphomet has the staff of Caduceus on it, right? Now we can get up here and just
Hmm.
talk solely about the staff of
Which is the
Caduceus.
the double snake, the Kundalini energy, the same sign that is used in
Yes,
hospitals.
yes, yes. Now. Let me make a further connection because I know you got something, but I just want to say this because you
Maybe.
said no, you said hospital. And that's where I was going. Hospital. Every doctor has to take the Hippocratic oath because what is his name? Hippocrates. Now Hippocrates is supposed to be the father of medicine, but I want to say 4,200 years or 1,100 years, something like that. Before him,
He learned from the Anunnakis
yeah, yeah, no.
and the Moors.
You had somebody named Imhotep that lived before him though. That was responsible for the step what do you call that? The step pyramids for Dozier, King Dozier, whatever. He also was like a vizier. He also was a mathematician. He also got venerated to the status of God status or whatever by dealing with Tahuti. Thoth. You feel what I'm saying? So I just want to make that they know what's going on around here, you feel me? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And
I,
then
I know you
it's
got
also that aspect, like it's literally the duality of it, like taking our own history, taking our own knowledge, using it against us, and then making us believe that our own knowledge that we came here with, that we downloaded from the cosmos, that was gifted to us, is depicted as evil. And then you would see the more like truer form of what evil is and how it's been used against you rather than using with you. Is why more of us are more on the bottom but are now rising up to the top, because we're learning the truth of what is and how to use it to our benefit rather than other people just using it, because that's how they got to the top. You don't get to the top without using some type of higher form of enlightenment and knowledge.
man. I'm gonna just say it because I got to. Like in that movie, right? They said, dude said, so I'm just here to to make sure the world is fucked up. He said, no, man, you like Captain America. If I took you out of here, you know what I'm saying? They'll have a Starbucks, 2, 3 Starbucks here in a week or two. They saying we two things. You a battery that's keeping this false reality up. You know what I'm talking about?
The
So because of
Matrix.
the matrix, so because of that, it's a false reality. Now, if you were to stop doing the things that you thought was good, they put all the stereotypical things in there or whatever that we thought was good because in a way, like Soulshyne was saying or whatever, we brought here, we came here, we downloaded stuff or whatever. There was a time when we wasn't connected like this. We had no phones, we had nothing. But she in Georgia or whatever. I'm from Illinois. I'm in Carolinas now, but I'm in Illinois. But you would have individuals creating a whole dance and everybody dancing the same. Everybody got the same slang. How was that? It was a time we was all together
Mm-hmm.
coming up. So that's why we come. That's why we're trying to come back together right now collectively. You get more like codes when you're around more of the same individuals in the sun. You know what I'm saying? As opposed to just being by yourself. You get a whole lot or whatever, and it'd be a collective thing. You know what I'm saying? Like as far as the collective consciousness goes.
Mm-hmm. And we
You
each
know what I'm saying?
confirmation for each other.
Yes. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So they was like, but watch this. All of those things, right? Those stereotypical things, because you'll have individuals that's Afrocentric, and Afrocentric meaning is just you can't learn nothing if it's not black, basically. So you will have individuals that's like that don't understand that everything don't come from them or whatever, and no matter how ugly and grimy it is or whatever, it's still divine because it's things that we do psychologically inside of us. So what we're doing inside of you personally is redirecting what we feel like. You know what I'm saying? So it don't matter what you do. But in that movie, they had a certain cycle that they had my dude in, basically. You know what I'm saying? And it was telling them like this keep a certain type of vibe, a certain type of energy. You know what I'm saying? In the neighborhoods, they had them all over. And the crazy thing about it is, it was him. It was him.
Yep.
Soulshine. They fucked me up with that.
Yeah.
And I shouldn't have been. I shouldn't have been because I'm already aware of stuff like that. But that right there. But we got it, man. Listen. First, I ain't gonna lie to you. I want to build with you, all of y'all, on the Zoom, cause did we all see it? Who all seen it?
Oh, I don't know if Isis watched it. I know I watched it.
Man, she got to, man. I saw it as soon as I found out it was on Netflix.
I watched it as to the first time I noticed it last week.
Man, when I text y'all, and I was like, I got my movie. I was watching it. Yeah, man, it's so deep, and it talks about things that's going on right now. So I feel like you really taught me something with that universal law because that took me out of that took me out of the perspective in life that I had. You know, oh, they trying to take, they trying to do this, nigga, they got to, they have to. You know what I'm talking about?
Yep, because it's setting everything up. They set everything up. Everything been set up the way it is for a reason.
Set the atmosphere.
Because again, what was it? Those who were the tail shall be the head, and then those who were at the head will be at the tail. It only flips if you were, you got to be in a certain energy in order for it to be transmuted and flipped so that you can end up on top.
And I feel like an easy way for me at least. This is why I be taking. I tell people like, man, the books. I don't not read. I tell you to read, but don't you ain't gotta get into it like how I get into it. But for me with the mythology, I align myself with the certain mythologies or whatever that I
Mm-hmm.
can perceive that aligns with right now, and because of that, I know what's truly going on as opposed to what they're trying to portray. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's
Being
that's
able to
why it's
see it,
important for
but
me.
still
Yeah.
like not let it destroy you. Like, all right, that's how you moving. It's like basically when you peep their hand, like they peeping the cards they got. All right, I see your cards. I know how to play mine.
Yeah. And I just feel like that little aspect, right? That little aspect is so important in life. Because when we saying in life, when I'm saying in life, I'm talking about in your personal life. I'm not talking about in a life outside of your life. Bullshit. It's not real. I'm serious. It's
I
not. It's
know.
not. So I'm never talking about that. I'm only talking about what you personally doing over there. And if you are doing, if you are partaking in that, then it is what it is. But it's real to you. You know what I'm saying? But
Mm.
I'm only speaking to the people that come here, and they got to be here for a reason. So but you do have some people that's on an early journey. You know what I'm saying? So you got to be here for a reason. So I'm letting you know it's all up to you ultimately. Like you got to start being accountable for your choices or whatever, you know what I'm saying, and being aware of the decisions
Mm-hmm.
that you're making. Think before you react, think before you speak. Because I was talking about the chakras earlier, and they was talking about it's a point where you can speak your truth, and I was saying how all of them piggyback off of each other. So yeah, it's about speaking your truth, but
Mm-hmm.
if you don't got nothing to say, don't say nothing at all. You know what I'm talking about? Because words are spells and thoughts are
It's like
things, and
talking with no evidence.
talk no, not even talking no evidence. Words are spells, thoughts are things. So you thought
Mm-hmm.
you probably thought about it. You probably didn't put too much thought in it, but you spoke it. You know what I'm saying? And then somebody can feed into that, and if they feed into that, you can keep on speaking into it, and it creates, you know what I'm saying, something else. And then we know things start to manifest once we start putting more energy into it, and it can be used against you
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? Definitely, if it's what it is, if it's false, we know that we synced it when we see it. It happens.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. I feel like the chakras is important. I'm a Soulshyne. I'm gonna keep doing videos like this though. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Mm-hmm.
I started them off doing melanin, and I like that. And I feel like they understand that. I might come back and do a refresher, but I think this is gonna be a start of my lectures that I'm gonna do right now because it's important. It's important, man. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it's really important. You know what I'm talking about?
You can help somebody.
Yeah.
Legit. And then you passionate about it.
What? I ain't gonna lie to you.
That's gonna drive it home even further because you're passionate about it. Because you got that fire underneath it. You putting them logs to the flame, and it's only growing.
And it's only thanks to you, Isis, and three. No, I'm dead ass. See, listen, you smack your lips because I know the information, right? But
Why they think you heard that?
but look, I know the information and I raise myself up to a certain point. Now I'm trying to help individuals be learning about your
Mm-hmm.
chakras or whatever, but then even dealing with your chakras, you gotta be able to accept that. So I'm still working with that self acceptance, you feel I'm talking about, as far as getting the confidence to
Mm-hmm.
really get out here and to be able to push this message or whatever. So when somebody say like, oh, you gotta watch out for a soul tribe, well, I'm gonna tell you what my soul tribe been done for me. You know what I'm saying? I done met some individuals that's living a separate path, but a similar path
They say
to
watch
what
out
I'm
for your
seeing that I'm
soul
doing.
tribe. If you gotta watch out for them, they ain't your soul tribe. That's karmics.
Uh, You know, but
Mm-hmm.
that's you gotta further study though. You know what I'm talking about? And that don't just mean
Mm-hmm.
read, because look what you say. You can go inside of yourself. That don't just mean read. It's studying yourself is the best thing
Get
you can do.
activating within yourself. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what makes you tick. I was talking about that earlier. When you said that, you should have been here earlier. But I was talking about, yeah, what makes you tick, what makes you happy, what
I
makes you
was
laugh.
live
Sometimes,
myself.
oh, see, I didn't know. What makes you
Nah,
happy,
you good. We was live at the same time.
what what makes an individual happy could probably make another person look at you the wrong way, and that could probably make you lower
Yeah.
your self esteem or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Because
But when you get to that level of self acceptance and not needing, another's permission to do what you gotta do or do what you want to do in that aspect, like that's when you truly are a powerful being because you gonna do it.
man,
Because even if you're doing it when nobody's there, eventually somebody gonna be there.
but that right there, right? The when nobody's there, when nobody's around you, that's who you truly are. You feel what I'm saying? So you got to be able to show that
Mm-hmm.
when somebody is around. You know what I'm saying? That's that's the greatest thing right there. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how we have our little goofy moments. We laugh, we say a little
Mm-hmm.
funny stuff. We stop and dance or whatever in the middle of nowhere. Nobody looking in there. You feel what I'm saying? I'm able to do that, yeah, around certain people that I'm comfortable with or whatever. But that's just the people that we comfortable with. We got to be comfortable in
Yeah.
ourselves to be able to
Yeah.
express ourselves the way we want to express ourselves. Sometimes we feel like we just want to do that. Well, you gonna go in the
Even if
bathroom
you
and do
getting a
it?
dirty look
Yeah.
from some sad Sally. Cause I tell you, I done got so comfortable with myself now, bro. I don't care. Like I can sing now. I'm like so comfortable within myself that I can sing, dance out in public. I be grocery shopping and I'm singing, I'm dancing, and I don't care. And a lot of times, and now I've gotten like comfortable wearing like my weird fits, wearing my third eye glasses, stuff like that. And somebody
I
will say
like
something
that.
they're like, "Oh, that's different," or I've been getting so many compliments with my third eye glasses. They're like, "Yo, those are fire." Like you'd be surprised, even if anybody don't necessarily say they like it, just because you like it. But eventually, like you're running to somebody who gonna be like, "Bro, that shit's fire."
Man, listen, man. So the theme, right? The theme of this live is basically self-awareness. You know who you are. It's not about
Mm-hmm.
worshiping. It's not about yeah, it's not about none of that, right? So I'll tell you this: a person that's a part of a religion is a person that worships something. So even though like you have Christians and anything like that or whatever, they definitely worship God. But if you read that book or whatever, in that book, those Satanists, they don't worship the devil for real. They try to equate it with physical material things, but it's a self worship or whatever. But still, still a religion to me. Now, I'm not a part of no religion at all, so that answers your question. But the theme of this is what do you call that? Basically, self awareness, duality, and self. So now you wasn't here earlier, so I'm gonna explain what that is, because while the Satanists use that, this is the Baphomet. The Baphomet represents duality, the ultimate duality inside of self. Now, since I was saying we're talking about self awareness, earlier I was talking about the chakras and all of the many seven chakras that you got to go through to gain some form of self awareness in the highest frequency in what you are. Okay. Now, the Baphomet represents both masculine and feminine energy. Why do I say that? When you have this gold figure is sitting upon Earth. Earth represents your humanity, and that's that's looked at as your, what do you call that? Your root chakra, your sacral chakra, and your solar plex chakra. Okay. Also, while he's sitting in there, you don't see this, but sometimes because they don't depict it, he has the staff of Caduceus inside of him. This is where they get the wings from. But we know what the staff of Caduceus is. This is that 33 step or the Jacob's ladder or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? And when you rise up this with both masculine and feminine energy, because there's two snakes on there. You rise yourself up to the highest point. Then you have a 5 point star that's pointed up on the pineal gland. You know what I'm saying? Representing illumination in the pineal gland and insight. Then you have the fire coming out of the head. You see what I'm saying? Representing the crown chakra. Also, you have the horns representing anything with horns represents fertility. You feel me? Because we have something in the Necronomicon called Shub Niggurath, which is the goat of 1,000 young. But Shub Niggurath is also an aspect of Hermes or Thoth. You feel me? So, or Azazel. And Azazel is what? A fallen angel. So then you have the breast, all representing androgyny. What does that mean? That means the pineal gland and the pituitary gland in the mind, sex in the mind, both masculine and both feminine energy or whatever. What's that word? At the highest point. So it's androgyny. You know what I'm saying? When you come down to your lowest point, to your physical parts, and that's all the way down to your, I guess, sexual organs or whatever, right? You become separated. You know what I'm talking about, from your true reality of what you are. And you live in this false reality that you're separate from everything. Once you tap into your third eye chakra, you will know that you will know that you're not separated from everything. Once you tap into your crown chakra, you'll be able to you'll be able to um absorb cosmic energy, cosmic insight. You know what I'm saying? They say if you tap
Yeah.
into the divine. Go ahead, lay it on them.
I was gonna say, yeah, that tapping into your crown, being able to absorb energy and also able to output as well.
Mm-hmm.
And then at the same time, when you connect deep within yourself, you see how you're connected, and then at the same time, separate as well, like as above, so below. So you see yourself as an individual, as a part of the connective consciousness and a part of the whole, while also still being connected to the whole, like looking at yourself as an atom in a body.
Mm-hmm. This is what
But
you
that
came
one
here for.
atom can help the rest of the body. One atom affects other, like that's how, you know, like sickness works. One atom affects, or one cell affects another cell, which affects another cell, which affects another cell. Healing the body, you heal some cells, and then those cells, those white blood cells, heal other cells, which then heal other cells, you know.
You know the nations of gods and earth. You know the God bodies, NGE, right? 5%ers. They say
Mm.
that 5% of us, the poor righteous teachers, is going to teach, what the 10% don't teach. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm saying? And then the 85%, they deaf, dumb, and blind. They don't know what's going on or whatever. That's an example of what she just said. The nucleus. You know what I'm saying? The finite point in the population or in the body. You know what I'm saying? The pineal gland, or the daf on the Kabbalah, because the daf on the Kabbalah it's the gateway into the other realms. Basically, they have the Kalipoth that they tell you to stay away from, but the Kalipoth is actually the power force that pushes out the actual Kabbalah. You know what I'm talking about? But the only way to access that is to tap into the daf. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's daf is different. We got a pineal gland, but what I'm saying is everybody is different. You know, so it might take something different for you to access yourself, basically, and that's why learning yourself is so
Mm-hmm.
important. You know, we can sit here and say like, yeah, you this, you that, you this, you that, you this, you that, but all I'm saying is it's an aspect of you. It's an aspect of you because you're so complex, and you can tap into whatever you can let's say whatever you can hold, basically, you know, and so you condition yourself. You can get yourself able to maintain and balance this cosmic energy and all this divine insight. Some people that go through these situations go crazy. You know what I'm saying? A person that unlock their third eye, you feel me? They just go nuts without knowing what's going on. Really, I met somebody and he hit me up a long time ago, told me I helped him out. I never talked to him like that, but he said I helped him out or whatever. He was going through a Kundalini experience, so it's different. But still, it's basically the same thing. Not, but I'm just saying it's a little bit more intense. But you know, going through that without having awareness of yourself, right, is unpleasant. Is basically what I'm trying to say. You know, and that's all that is life, because it happens and it's happening to us. Some of us was born like this, born seeing things, hearing things. I'm talking about feeling things. We just never
Mm-hmm.
spoke on it. Would you list some books for the info? I want to know more about what you're saying. Yes, yes, but just listen. Just hit me up on the IG, and I'll send you some. Hit me up on IG at BabaAkil, and I'll send you some. But yeah, you really, cause like you really gotta. I don't want to say you really gotta, but it take time as far as studying and all that stuff or whatever. But the main thing you want to get into your chakras. I got this book called Chakra Healing. Chakra Healing, a beginner's guide to self-healing techniques that balance the chakras. Now, let me tell y'all this. Anytime something talks about the beginner, or, what I'm saying, magic for beginners, practical magic or whatever, it's advanced.
Yes, IG is Instagram.
You know what I'm
My
saying?
bad.
Oh, no, no, you good. You good. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's advanced. You know what I'm talking about? So anytime they say something like it's for beginners and all that, it's advanced, because understand that you've been programmed and conditioned to learn a certain way, feel a certain way, act a certain way, and react a certain way to certain information. You know what I'm talking about?
Think a certain
So,
way.
yup. And now you feel a different type of way. This is why you're here. So because you feel a different type of way or whatever, a lot of times what we do early on, we we try to use the same type of learning, you feel me, that we gain in the process of this. Now, sometimes it's things that we cannot run from as far as learning or whatever. It's comparing and contrasting and all that stuff, whatever, because the signs just be there. But, you know, sometimes we be religious and then we'd be like, I'm not dealing with God no more, so I'm just gonna deal with the devil. That's not what it's about. Those individuals are lost as well. Both individuals are lost when if you saying I'm right and you wrong, and or I'm right and you wrong. You know what I'm talking about? Because that's not what it's about. You're supposed to take both of the signs and the symbols from the duality and eternally look at them. You know what I'm saying? You be the actual judge, and you're not judging nobody else. And so it does have a good way to look at it. In the Bible they say God says don't judge. You know what I'm saying? Because the judge is actually you, and the person that you're judging is yourself. You know what I'm talking about?
That's definitely
Basically.
a big key. Like a lot of individuals don't even realize, like you judge yourself. Like yes, people will judge, but it's like we judge ourselves harder than other people judge us. Especially like when you get to that point of peace and enlightenment within yourself, you stop judging yourself. Because I used to judge myself, be a perfectionist. We live in a society where, say you got 10, there was this thing I saw. It was like, say you got 10 questions to a math problem, right? And you get all
Hmm.
the answers right but one. You get ridiculed for that one rather than celebrated for that nine that you got right.
Hmm.
And it's like when you stop doing that to yourself, you find even more peace because it's like, okay, it's cool. It's like, everything ain't gonna always be perfect. You don't always have to know the answer. You don't always have to be right. Being at peace with that.
I feel like I feel like if we don't have that, we begin to project because we
Mm-hmm.
judge ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, most definitely, buddy. But we judge ourselves so much, and then not understanding, and then being unaware of that we judging ourselves, we start to project others. We gotta critique others and do all this or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Now, some of us really fall short of that. You feel me? And that goes back to being, you got to be aware of who you are. Hey, listen, y'all. If y'all like this information, you know what I'm saying? We gonna keep on doing this, but y'all follow Soulshyne. Y'all tap the screen. You know what I'm saying? Follow me if y'all like the information. I'm putting this up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? I be putting these videos up on YouTube as well. You know what I'm saying? You can follow subscribe to my YouTube at BabaAkil, or not BabaAkil, but Baba Wadi. BabaWati. But yeah, y'all follow Soulshyne though, cause listen, Soulshyne is that fire though. What's her name? Soul Shine. You feel me? I'm trying to tell you. And she be doing these readings. And listen, y'all, like I still haven't got my reading because a nigga gotta afford it. You feel me? A nigga gotta afford it. She real deal because I be on her live and she be doing readings on her live and it just be hidden. Like she'll do a reading on her live and it'd be like a in general thing. And how can it be a general thing if it's just hidden? So she don't know I'm on a live unless she see me. But sometimes she just be in the zone. So this is how I know. So like y'all really tap in with her. You feel I'm talking about? Follow her for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? We be pushing this information out damn near every day for real, for real. Like this is what we do. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is. You know, I talk about how we live in, we're trying to fight against the New World Order, but we're already living in the New World Order. You know what I'm saying? But the New World Order is actually failing and it's over with. So what we're doing now, the new things that you see that's coming out of individuals or whatever, it's actually the new way of life. We're creating a new currency. We bartering. We doing what we doing. You know what I'm talking about? We create a new economy, a new civilization. You feel me? And it's not going to happen by way of the community. It's going to happen by way of the individuals inside of the community, and then those individuals come together. Every community that we had that was great, the Black Wall Streets and all that stuff or whatever. All them people that came in there had a trade. Nobody came in there not knowing what to do. So the entire town functioned for itself, like functioned itself. You know what I'm talking about, and paid for itself. You feel me? To the point to where This is why I'm gonna tell y'all why they didn't just turn him down because we was doing our thing. They turned him down because the actual economy outside of that was messed up. That everybody that was outside that economy was borrowing and all that stuff, owed money and everything like that. And just like the movies, when you owe money, what's gonna happen, whatever. This is really what happened for real, for real. There's so many cities that they don't tell you about. See, the ones you know about is popular, so that's why I can't just not tell you. But like Soulshyne say, they gotta tell you what's going on because they understand that it's gonna reoccur. So the only reason why you're not aware of you being in the New World Order is because they really don't want you to be fully aware that that's what it is. Now it's telling you that they're trying to take it over. They didn't tell you that they already did it already. But the history is there. You know what I'm saying? The history is already there. It's in the scriptures. The history was there as far as being predestined to. This is what you was given. You was given 6,000 years. Now it's a little bit over. It's a little bit 1,000 years over. You know what I'm talking about? So that's what's really going on here. And they're trying to slow down the vibration. So looking inside of yourself, you will figure out where you're at in the timeline. You know, we always talk about these timelines now. What timeline do you live in for real, for real? Because if you go to any different mythology, it's so many different ways that they calculated time. And the oldest one, right, that we have went by the sophist calendar, which is an Egyptian calendar. And that would make you 8 years younger than what you are. So let's just say that was real. What would that say about time? Time isn't really real for real, for real. So that say if you was however old you is right now, you've manifested this physical body, this physical age, that aging. You've manifested that. So that's a thought thing. It's all mental. You feel what I'm saying? If that's true, and that's the oldest we have, and it comes before the Gregorian calendar, you know what I'm saying, which is named after some type of pope named Gregory, right? That says a lot about time, and that says a lot about what you've done in your life, the advancements that you had in life. Because the most simplest things in your life that you accomplished or whatever is really advancements, all up until this point. Because all of that was a spiritual initiation to get you to being aware of who you actually was right now. You had to go through all that grief and the trials and tribulations or whatever to get here. But I know Soulshine got a I know she got something. I know she do.
Yeah.
I can
Yeah.
feel it.
Yeah, I do. All right. So, see, tune in. I was going to talk about, like say the Gregorian calendar, right? And the study of zodiacs and energies, okay, moon cycles, all that. It's like the systems that gave you, more of like church and things like that, demonize those aspects, governmental entities and those energies that gave that to you, big names, they use those though. It's like our ancestors they had it taken from them and then then had it demonized, while
Right.
the individuals who gained off of their ignorance and our ancestors ignorance still use that to today. Politicians, all of them, they use zodiac signs. They use, astrological readings and stuff like that to know when it's a good time. And, specific energies are really good times to do certain things like start a business or launch something or, being in a certain type of energy. And they use that aspect. And now it's like because of us regaining that knowledge, now we are using those aspects and flowing with those aspects knowingly and consciously to create better things for ourselves, better reality. That's why like, we're flowing in the energy like we are. Like, certain times the energy may just feel high. Certain times I feel called to just do a read or something like that. And I just pick up on an energy, or like, just understanding the flow. Like with us being in Leo season right now, you may feel like Leo, you may feel more confident. You may notice that, you put out more powerful energies. It's a fire sign. You may feel more motivated, just understanding those energies and how they reflect and show up and manifest in our realities in our lives.
Now look, right? If don't nobody resonate with that, let me tell you how true that is. I'm a Leo, right? Now, things can work for you or work against you. Now, mine is working for me, right? Because I'm a Leo that is shy. But I have all the confidence in the world. You feel what I'm saying? Not just now, I just naturally have it or whatever, but I am shy. You feel me? So I have it to go out and do it, and I can really spit the knowledge, do all this. But to be able to do this, not really, whatever. But I also write music, so that works in there too. But with this whole season or whatever, I'm here. You feel me? I'm here now and alive. I'm able to speak and talk and speak my truth. You feel what I'm talking about? Now I've done that. I'm tapping into my chakras and all that other extra shit. But I'm just saying, what she said was definitely real. Cause I used to mess with that. Like I wasn't into that. Like messing with the different seasons and all that. But it does play a part because you are. When she said when you're able to look at yourself as an atom, you you having a multi awareness basically. You know what I'm saying? So with this multi awareness, it's certain experiences that you have. You know what I'm saying? And this is one of them. And you can either utilize it or it will be used against you.
Round out like that. People that really.
That's it, man. Hold on, man. Let me see something real quick. Because I really want to get into like narcissism. You know what I'm saying? Narcissism, it predates Christianity. You feel me? But in this, it talks about this ignorant God, this child of chaos, this blind God, this fool, Sakala, or Yaldabaoth. You know what I'm talking about? Yaldabaoth was created out of Sophia, is that non-ether energy that everybody be talking about. The only reason I'm saying that is because a lot of individuals come out here and they be saying you gotta tap into your divine feminine energy or whatever, right? That's because that's what it is. You know what I'm saying? And most people be like, oh, well, you got to tap into your masculine energy. We've been dealing with that for a long time because the world is patriarchal. And not saying you don't have to balance that. You do have to balance that, but you balance that by first tapping into your feminine energy. And it will make you, what's that word? It will make you submit to that. And this has to do with both men and women. You know what I'm saying? Because both of us, all of us, been living in the patriarchal world. So the reason why I said that is because we be having individuals. They be like, "Oh well, you believe you a devil worshiper. You this, you that, you this, you that." I never said that God wasn't real. You know what I'm talking about? Narcissism tells you that God is real, but it tells you how God was created. God was created out of the nine ether energy that all these spiritual teachers be talking about. You know what I'm saying? When they be saying nine ether, that's what they're talking about, because nine ether is the actual great mother. You know what I'm saying? Not the actual, but a reflection of the great mother. Because the great mother comes from a more cosmic, a more pure primordial energy. You know what I'm saying? That is all it is waters, spiritual waters, luminescent waters. But the reflection of it is the woman. You feel what I'm saying? And they call that the pleroma. You feel what I'm talking about? The fullness, basically. So we really down here in all of these. We really down here in the lowest part, in the lowest realms for real, for real. We got the most light, but we in the lowest realms. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is not to try to make this place the best place. The thing is to make your experience the best experience. Because the only thing you can take with you is that experience. But you done been here for so long, based upon the emotions that you deal with in this physical reality, they have cosmic counterparts. You know what I'm talking about? And all they are is, so the ones that we deal with now is just watered down version of what the cosmic ones are. So in dealing with those, we get physical attachments. And because these physical attachments, they bring us back to this physical reality. This physical reality is not the end all be all. Yeah. It's not the end all
Like
be
what they
all.
said in Avatar,
Oh
how
no, yeah.
what the monk said to Aang, he was like when he opened up all his chakras, and for him to open up his crown chakra, for his heart chakra, his crown chakra, he had to release all attachments for him to be able to truly tap into that avatar state. It's not
Hey,
saying that he couldn't care for him, but he
no,
just had to release that attachment
you can
that
have
would,
compassion.
hold him back or keep him from being that great and powerful being that he needed to be.
You can have compassion. Because when we get to the heart chakra, it tell you to have self-love and compassion. See, that compassion is the quote-unquote love that you have for others. But when you realize what self-love actually is, you start to move different in life or whatever. So what the people that you thought you loved or whatever, you're not
And
gonna
it'll
do.
appear more
Like,
selfish
you know what I'm
than
saying?
it is,
Yeah, it'll, you know what I'm saying? But that's not what it is because I
but
love
in a
myself.
more positive aspect.
You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. That's what that's what we talk about when we say that. You know what I'm saying? And then as far as the attachments go, right? In the Egyptian mythology, you got the scales of Mayat, right? Is your heart lighter than the feather? The 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 heart, inside of the heart, you would probably have so much grief. Grief
Hmm.
grief attached to your physical experience.
And
You know what
guilt,
I'm saying?
stuff like that.
Yeah, all of that. And that's what you want to that's what you want to release while you here. That's what you want to release yourself from. You know what I'm saying? You want to get rid of all of that baggage or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? Now you can look back on the souls that's here, whenever the lost souls, and have the capacity to come back. Most of us have done that. You know what I'm saying? I've seen myself done that. So, but the thing is, now the time we are now, remember eschatology, end time events, it's pretty much over with. Now I was saying this 2 3 years ago, but now what I was saying is actually happening. It's hot. It's getting hot. The Kundalini energy, the black hole inside of the Milky Way galaxy, is synonymous with the Kundalini energy that's rising up inside of the consciousness of the people that's going on right that's happening in America, not pretty much all over, but it really starts in America. You know what I'm saying? Not to just say that it's just us, but you know that is what it is. You know, because if you look at the 33 parallel lines up here, it's the it would be the what is that word? It would be the capital of our realm. You know what I'm talking about? This is the realm. So it's us. You know what I'm saying? It's us that don't know what's going on. Everybody else know what's going on for real. For it just can't really do nothing until we're aware. You know what I'm saying? But we are becoming aware, and that's why everything is happening how it's happening right now. It's hot outside. You getting heat waves. You seeing things in the sky or whatever, and
Mm.
people are distracting you with well, they're not gonna come down here because we doing this, we doing that. The only reason people are seeing that is because we are doing what we're doing. You know what I'm talking about? It wouldn't happen
Hmm.
no other way.
Raising the thinning
Yeah.
the veil, or it's like not even thinning the veil. It's making the veil more aware.
No, see, cause watch this. Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Bobby Hemmett always said this. For those that listen to Bobby Hemmett always said it wouldn't be a physical war. It would be a spiritual war. The reason why I feel like he
Yep,
said
that's
that
what
is
World War
because
Three is.
Yep. The reason why I feel like he said that is because the spiritual aspect of this war, right, or the spiritual awareness will bring a certain type of awareness inside of you. It gives you a certain type of power, whatever, right? Now, as far as the
Hmm.
veil goes, we have a spiritual veil over our third eye or whatever. We need to decalcify that. That's gone. But then we also have a physical veil. The physical veil, I feel like, will be the electromagnetic sphere, right? The electromagnetic sphere keeps out solar winds from coming in and keeps solar winds from getting out. You know what I'm talking about? You are a soul. Now, by us as above so below raising up this energy inside of us, and there's a lot of people that's transcending and getting out of here. That's why that black hole is getting bigger. That's what that represents. I feel like the more it's consumed, the more heat that's coming off the sun, the more heat that's coming off of us is whatever, because we consuming it and making it hotter. Remember, you said that as far as when it gets full of energy, whatever, it gets hot, and that's what the heat, that's what temperature rising represents, the energy or whatever. The veil starts to thin. It's already four poles in it, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Where they saying what they say global warming or whatever. It's already thinning or whatever. When it thins the most or whatever, the individuals with the particular protection that can absorb that, because that's what it is. The UV radiation, the light that you can't see, the hidden light, the dark side, and it's cosmic information. When you can absorb that, because you are absorbing of it. When you can absorb that or whatever, right? You can stabilize it because you have free radicals inside of it. So you stabilize the electrons inside of it. You take some out or whatever, and you can utilize that information, store it, do whatever you want to do, process it. You know what I'm saying? And this is what's going on for the individual that's still here, because this is what's going on right now is going to happen for a long, 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 long time. You know what I'm saying? And then whatever reality that they have in that reality, they're probably gonna be looking back on us like we primitive and what we was doing. But that's what's going on right now. But in actuality, we were advanced. But if and it will be, because the when the fall happens, you know what I'm saying, we will be looking at us like we're primitive because of the actual reality that they're going to be living in. How do I know it's going to happen like this? Because it happened like how it's happening right now.
So the beings that we're gonna elevate to, right? Once we transcend us right now, whatever, because we're gonna realize it's time to go. It's gonna be beings that's still here, that's still doing what they're doing, whatever. They're gonna raise up too, and they're gonna create monuments and do the same thing that we did years ago. And then there's gonna be a fall. You know what I'm talking about? And then when they fall, whatever, after that, it's gonna be a series of experiments and everything else, like what's going on right now. And then they're gonna look back on us and be like, dang, they wasn't really on nothing. Like, you know what I'm saying? We rising up in history. They're gonna have a similar thing to cell phones, right? Because that's what we had. You feel me? And then what do you call that? Cars, airplanes, everything. It's gonna keep on happening until the souls are gone, basically, because the souls are the only thing that keeps the reality. You know, if you believe in this reality, then your soul will project a reality for you and whatever you believe inside of this false matrix. You know what I'm saying? So if enough people believe in this, it stays true. So it won't be everybody that's gateway out in here. You know what I'm saying? We leave in groups. I feel like we leave in groups, personally. You know, because everybody don't stay. You know what I'm saying? Everybody don't stay, and it's not just about staying here on Earth, because I'm not just saying Earth. We talking about I'm finna transcend to the fifth dimension. The fifth dimension still exists within the matrix. The fifth, the sixth, the hundreds, the infinity. Yeah, that still exists. You want to go to universe B, the sun behind the sun, the brain up under the brain, which is the sun that you can't see. The sun that we was actually dealing with, the supreme sun, the father, mother, son to all the other sons. That's what you want to deal with. You know what I'm saying? You want to learn everything you can learn about that and equate that with your pineal gland, as well as your subconscious mind, medulla oblongata. I gotta say it like that because you got the physical components and you got the spiritual components, and you're supposed to mix both light and dark with it. And if you can and have that form of awareness, whatever it is, the aha moment, because that's all enlightenment is, or awakening is, because
Big Bang Theory.
that's it. You having them all the time. It ain't gonna just be no one time. You know what I'm saying? Whoop, I get it now. I'm a god. No. Now what it is to being a god. You know what I'm saying? Because you actually writing a certain mythology. I told you they're gonna look back on you. They're gonna look back on you.
Legends in the making.
That's it. And what do? You know what I'm talking about? They looking back on what's his name right now? Not what's his name, but all of them, like Marcus Garvey, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of them. Even Rosa Parks, all of them, Harriet Tubman, everybody. They look back on all of them. What if they wasn't even real? Even though we got pictures and all of them, what if they wasn't real? We got pictures of other people that's not real. What if they wasn't real?
Look.
What if they wasn't real? We go hard for that. What if they wasn't real? You know what I'm saying? And what if 100 years from now, nigga be saying the same thing about you? What niggas wasn't even real? BabaAkil, what if he wasn't even real, man? For real. What if he didn't exist? But I don't. Because there's nothing to get attached to. You know what I'm saying? You only take what you want to take from the message. You never get too associated with the messenger. You know what I'm talking about? You've seen what that done in the age of Pisces, when religion reigned supreme. We are not in that phase anymore.
Yeah, well, he said when you meet the one carrying the water picture, I carry the water. I come from the water picture. I carry the water picture. The age of Aquarius.
I'm trying to tell you.
Follow him.
I'm trying to tell you. Listen, my name is Akil Baba Onun. Onun means owner of the celestial sea. Listen, no, y'all. That was a channel. My actual name was given to me too. So and I gotta just make this disclaimer because I've seen this. If you see a BabaAkil or Baba and all that or whatever on here, that's not me. You know what I'm saying? If it don't have that picture that I got up there, that is not me. That's weird.
Yeah. It's like I got my real name too. I don't give it out though. Oh, you gotta be real close to me for me to give it to you or something like that.
No, I
'Cause
think
what
I,
I
I think
don't
I think
have
I,
time for it.
I think I told y'all, but that yeah, y'all
Right,
only
my
get
left ear over
this
here
name.
ringing.
They only get this name. I don't tell them my actual divine name. No, my actual divine
Mm,
name was given to me my spiritual mom. Not given to me, but it was channeled to me because when I this is how I met her because like she used to always be having dreams about me or whatever and all that stuff, and just us being like
mm,
mother and son or whatever, and like in different lifetimes or whatever. So that's how I figured it out. Where I was helping her, she was helping me, and then she gave me my name, whatever. Somebody else came to her. She said it was her mother. It was my mother. Like she said that was my mother, and it was like tell someone so you know tell someone whatever like come home basically. I'm like, man, what is she talking about? But then you gotta go inside yourself, or whatever, because that's all she could tell me. So that's all I could say. And then when I went inside myself, I was able to understand what was going on. Crazy thing about it, I told you oh, I can say it now. I told you my situation, my queen, or whatever, right? Well,
mm-hmm.
you know how certain situations, or whatever, you know, that entity can hear your thoughts, right? You know what I'm saying? And we was trying to figure out like the actual name or whatever, right? Because we got a name, we were trying to figure out the actual name. So she said one time she had a dream or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? And she just kept hearing the name. Why does the name sound similar to my name? That's more confirmation.
Mm-hmm.
So now I realize I'm calling. I done called this entity down here. You feel me? You got talking code, Soulshyne.
Mm-hmm.
For real, you feel me? But yeah,
Yeah. Well, look, Baba, I done enjoyed you and enjoyed the conversation. I don't know how long we'd have been on here, but technically, if I'd have been on here with you, I'd have been on here, been on live like 2 hours or
for
so.
real.
Like
Oh yeah,
with you, with my
I gotta get off too.
and
I gotta get off
yeah,
too because
I'm starting.
I think
My
I've been
my
on for like
energy feel depleted
three.
now, so it's time for me to get up out of here. My left ear ringing and shit.
That's a bet, man. That's a bet. Hey, we gotta tap in though on the on the Zoom again, man. Whenever
Yeah,
about what we gonna do for the for what you
yeah,
call it.
yeah,
That's a bet, man. Y'all be safe,
yeah,
man.
definitely. All right, you too. Much love, family.
Man, y'all follow her, man. Y'all be playing. Trying to tell you, get that knowledge while you can.
Right. While I'm still in this plane, this.
For real. I'm out. I'm out.
Mm.
Uh,
I'll talk to you later, Baba.
that's a bet. Be safe.
All right, you too.
Uh, so listen, y'all. There you have it. Right. That wasn't even expected. You know what I'm saying? She a part of the family. She just popped in and you know dropping some knowledge. But I'm finna wrap this short. You know what I'm saying? I have books for those that want to get books. You know what I'm talking about? I have a lot of books. I have a what do you call that? A library. You get me? And I do take donations. You know what I'm talking about? Whatever you want to send for whatever. I also do consultations. You know what I'm saying? And we can go deep and personal on what it is you want to talk about and what it is you want to know. A consultation for me is pretty much like a reading, basically. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna really do no reading for nobody because I have and I know someone that I can refer you to that is strongly about that or whatever. What I will give you is a consultation because I'm more of a guide. Now people tell me to do readings, but I don't want to, and I can, but I don't want to. I'm more of a guide and getting you to what you really want, basically. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I offer. And the only way, not the only way, but pretty much the only way now, the only way that you can contact me through that is Instagram at BabaAkil. Also, if you like this content or whatever, you feel what I'm saying, you just like and subscribe and, follow me or whatever on YouTube at Babawati, BABAWATI. You feel me? But back to the like the library. I have a library. Don't give up. Take donations, whatever you want to send. It does not matter. It is a lot of books. You know what I'm talking about. So you got to be distinctive on what you really want for real, for real. You know what I'm saying? What you want, what you're looking for. That's why I offer consultations. So if we did a consultation or whatever, I would pretty much know what you want. And then I can be like, well, you need this, you need that, you need this, you need that, or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you could pretty much get that yourself if you want to or whatever. But like I said, I also have a library, and I take the donations. So we can either do that or we could do that. It does not matter. It's pretty much up to you. But ultimately, you know what I'm saying, it's about you. So any information you take in from anybody, you should always be able to personalize it. You know what I'm saying? Personalize it in a way to where someone might say something that resonates with you and you like it, and that's cool because that's the spark that got you in the work or in the presence of that individual. You know what I'm saying? But what you want to do is gain your own experience. You know what I'm saying? If you can gain your own experience based upon whatever you are being taught, whatever is being presented to you, and it is actually raising your vibration up. You know what I'm saying? You living positive, you thinking positive or whatever. However, whatever you need to do to get there. You know what I'm talking about? Then that's what you need to be doing. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter what a book says, what anybody says, or whatever, as long as it resonates and you can utilize that to raise yourself up. We all have a frequency, and we all want to raise our frequency up. You know what I'm talking about? But the thing is, there are certain ways and certain things that we can do to raise and lower our vibration. In society, in society, there's a lot of things that is presented to us subconsciously, or not subconsciously, but subliminally, to suppress power that we already have, abilities that we already have, and so that means a natural high vibration, and to just overall lower the vibration of the people. Period. So because of this, we live in a age called the age of Aquarius, meaning it's the age of information. So based upon a universal law stating that you have to be presented to something. If something is being done to you, which there is, if something is being done to you, it has to be presented to you in order to not inherit karma. You know what I'm saying? Now, we lived in an age called the age of Pisces. That's when religion reigned supreme overall. And that particular age, you really couldn't get nothing done. You know what I'm saying? It was a lot of violence. It was a whole lot of stuff going on, right? This one, yeah, you do see that, but you got to look at why, the core of it all. You know what I'm talking about? Why is because of what we just came out of. Now, we cannot just base our actions solely off of the past unless we done went inside of ourselves and was able to experience the metaphysical metaphors behind the meanings and the teachings, because who's to say if it was true or not? No matter what it is, you know what I'm saying? I can get up here and talk about angels, spirits, and demons and tell you how many I talk to, but I will still tell you who's to say if it's true or not, you know? Because you have individuals that's schizophrenic, manic, autistic, or whatever, and they have a high amount of DHT inside of them. DHT is a psychedelic that makes you hallucinate. You see things and hear things that are quote unquote not there, right? Now, that's a drug that you can take because it exists in several different natural plants and animals, right? But you also produce that as a child when you're first born and when you pass on. You know what I'm saying? It just tells me, right, that those individuals are naturally spiritual. They give you pills and all that to suppress your natural abilities. You get what I'm saying? An individual that's working on healing themselves or whatever, you will start to um 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 break the vessel, you know what I'm talking about, that's been over you, or the veil that's been over you. You know what I'm talking about, placed over your head, placed over your third eye, so you can't see what's truly going on in reality. You living inside of an illusion, you know? When you start to see that's what's going on, you start to live a different way, react a different way. You know what I mean? And you can do this naturally, or you can do this by way of DMT or any other psychedelic or whatever. But I brought up
the schizophrenic individuals and the manic and the autistic people or whatever, because naturally they are living in between the worlds. So while we feel like they crazy, they're not. You know what I'm saying? We feel like they crazy, they're not. You feel what I'm talking about? If they crazy, we gotta be crazy too, because some of us have grew up seeing things and we don't speak about it. And then some of us are spiritual and we hear things and see things that quote unquote aren't there. It is not there inside of this false reality. You are witnessing another reality because you are able to connect both your third eye and these false eyes or whatever, because you didn't you didn't you didn't broke free from this false reality. By breaking free from this false reality, because it's all mental, it's an all mental thing, you're able to see into it, see beyond the veil. You know what I'm saying? You're able to see things that other people can't see. So technically it's not there, but it's there for you, and that's the only thing that matters. The thing is, we have people that's autistic, schizophrenic, manic, and all that or whatever, that have high amounts of DMT. People use LSD, shrooms, you know what I'm talking about, things like that or whatever. But DMT is really strong, you know what I'm talking about? So that means if you naturally have that, you naturally tapped in. If an individual didn't go through the hospital and all that stuff, and they went the route of being spiritual and being healed, because on the eastern side of the world, they heal individuals like that because they know that those particular individuals can heal the community. So they heal them so they can heal the community. But in our society, we put them in the hospitals. Lesser, I've heard that lesser cure asylums are just really part. They is, bro, for real. I got that information. I got that. I got the physical copy, and I got some other, yeah. But that's definitely real. See, listen, you know how I be talking about the dreams and tapping into your subconscious mind, right? Well, it's another book called The Dreamlands. I forgot who it was by, but it's called The Dreamlands. They talk about these 70 steps of slumber. You know what I'm talking about? Now, with us being what we are, it would be 72, because that's more so tapping into the Goetia. But the 72 steps of slumber, or the 70 steps of slumber, is pretty much still the same thing or whatever, because these different lesser keys or whatever are really spirits that sit over different legions of spirits, basically. You know what I'm saying? But first and foremost, the spirits themselves or whatever, they exist as different parts, like you said, different aspects of your subconscious mind. So let's say, for instance, you wanted to, because it's one of them that I've tapped into, called Pyman. Pyman, King Pyman or whatever, is supposed to be, they said this in a Bible or whatever, they said that it's supposed to be like a what do you call that? A president, not a president, but like a king in hell or whatever. He's supposed to sit over 200 legions of spirits. Let me tell you this particular entity, when you deal with this particular entity or whatever, it teaches you, you know, the mysteries of basically music or whatever. I rap. And when I tap into this, I'm able to, you know what I'm saying, really channel a lot of different, I guess, bars, you want to say, verses or whatever, you feel what I'm saying? But also it teaches you mysteries of science and everything else, where, but that's if that's what you want to get into. And it's just different beings that you can tap into or whatever. And if you really can create that reality inside of your mind or whatever, you can be able to travel to different realms with these deities or whatever, and practice different, I guess, exercises and techniques or whatever. What you're doing is you're bringing awareness back, because in that realm, whatever, that's what you would call your spirit body or your astral body. So all you doing is basically exercising, you know what I'm talking about, and strengthening that up. You know what I'm saying? And let's just say you go to a different realm, and a different realm calls for a different type of light, a different type of energy or whatever. So that's just a different aspect of who you are. So now you exist, you have consciousness and awarenesses that exist on different realms and different dimensions or whatever. See, now it's different to say that we do, because we do, but it's another thing to be able to tap into it and be aware of it. You know what I'm saying, on your own accord. The book is called The Lesser Keys of Solomon. That's what the actual book is called. They call it The Lesser Keys of Solomon, but the actual book is called The Lesser Keys of Solomon, or the Goetia. But if you look up The Lesser Keys of Solomon, you got it. It's called Dreamlands. I forgot the name, man, of the what do you call that? What's his name? The author. I'm looking it up right now. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. It's a decent little book, man. You know what I'm saying? It talked a lot about H.P. Lovecraft. If y'all ever seen like Lovecraft Country, that shit. It's by H.P. Lovecraft. It's called Call of Cthulhu, Dreamlands, replaying, re, no, role playing beyond the wall of sleep. Hold on, I'm gonna show y'all. Y'all can see it. Hold on, real quick. That's what it is right there. And yeah, it really go in though. I got a few. This the book right here. The Lesser Key of Solomon, the Goetia. You know what I'm saying? The Serious Mysteries, Hermetica. That's the book. That's the Papyrus of Anani, or no, not the Papyrus of Anani, but the Lost Light. That's the Papyrus of Anani. This right here, if you really want to understand that Egyptian mythology and stuff, this the Natural Genesis by Gerard Massey or whatever, Gerald Massey. He go crazy, but it's real in depth though. I ain't gonna lie. You know what I'm saying? Um, let's see. This I know what it says. It says Crystal Bible, and that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? In that book, raw. I ain't gonna lie to you. It's over raw. What the you talking about? You talking about Lovecraft Country? Man, what? You know it was raw because listen, they didn't got rid of it. This one right here, the astrology of the black moon, definitely raw. You see, they got the feminine energy on there, a guide to healing the shadow side. So that will tell you how to get. I guess. Let's say this. Let's say this. Find the counterparts of your shadow. You know what I'm talking about? So it teaches you different forms of astrology, but dealing with the black moon. So this is on the inside of you, basically. You know what I'm saying? This is a good one. This right here is a good one. Atlantis and Lemuria, their history and civilization. See, this right here helps you understand what you actually are for real, for real. See, I don't know if y'all know this. We everything first and foremost. You know what I'm talking about. So this was time, a time and space or a period that we existed in. This gives you a real understanding on the mind of what like the type of mind that we had in that period of time, or the type of mind that we finna have right now, or that we bring it to. Excuse me, that we bring it to awareness. The way of initiation. It's all right. The Rig Veda is okay, not okay, but it's like it's good if you want to study the actual ancient Hindus. You know what I'm talking about? Like before Buddhism and all that stuff or whatever. Like the real history. The Baphomet, it teaches some shit about the Baphomet or whatever. The law of the book of the law. The book of the law. This is Aleister Crowley. You know what I'm saying? Aleister Crowley, that nigga, he that nigga was a good. He was a good cultist, basically. I ain't gonna say that. This is like another little version of that, but you know, it's a Kundalini yoga book. And Kundalini yoga, I ain't gonna lie to you. Kundalini period, tapping into your Kundalini period. Obviously, that's what you want to do, but I'm just saying, like, first thing you want to do is tap into your chakras, though. You know, the Dark Lord. This talks about Typhon or the Typhonian tradition and magic. Typhonian tradition and magic. What is that? The Typhonian tradition. Who are the Typhonians? The Typhonians are the ancient Etruscans. But the ancient Etruscans, who are those individuals? Those individuals are in Egyptian mythology. They tell you how a group of people were in Egypt before the ones that we call Egyptians live there right now. And I'm not saying the ones like the people that's living out there right now. I'm talking about the ones that we love so much. The ones that actually Egyptians. Those aren't actually Egyptians. They are, you know what I'm talking about. But these individuals that lived out there before, they were called Etruscans. They weren't even called Egyptians. They practiced Typhonianism.
Typhon is the Greek counterpart of Set. You know what I'm talking about? But Set in actuality is a primordial god that all of the gods that you can think of get their attributes from, especially the ones in Egypt. Set is that god that you see in Egypt with the he looks like a dog, and you'll be like, who is that? And they'd be like, is that, you'd be like, is that Anubis? And they'd be like, no, that's a primordial god. So he kind of looked like Anubis, but it's not. But that's where Anubis got the head from. You know what I'm saying? And then that's where Osiris gets his mythology, as well as Horus. You know what I'm saying? Set is the reflection of the Great Mother, and his celestial body is Sirius, the Sirius star system. Yeah, man. 7-day ritual for initiation of the black flame. What is the black flame? The black flame, some people will say that the black flame is the Kundalini energy, but it's something completely separate from the Kundalini energy. Why do I say that? I say that because I've dealt with it. The black flame is just what I said it is. It is a flame that exists inside of you that only if you initiate it, because it's dormant, it gives you just a form of power. You know what I'm talking about, that you just didn't have. And it only works if you're really dealing with magic, for real. If you're dealing in magic or whatever, I would recommend you dealing with that, because it brings up a certain type of vibration inside of you, basically. The outer gates. I'm not even gonna lie to you. I haven't even read this yet, so I'm not even gonna lie. This definitely read this. You know, this right here. If you trying to get into if you're trying to get an astral projection, that's what you want to read right there, by Robert Bruce. Astral Dynamics. It teaches you about the astral plane. You feel me? A lot about the astral plane. Actually, I ain't gonna lie to you, and it give it to you in a practical sense too. I ain't even gonna lie. This is the book I was reading from earlier when I was talking about the chakras, so y'all can get that. You know what I'm saying? This right here, Live Egypt. This just gives you a whole lot of science. You see what it say? The science of the soul and the stars. The science of the soul. You are the soul. You know what I'm saying? So it's giving you a lot of alchemical aspects of who you are, what you are, how to move. Not telling you just like that, but it's giving, it's just giving you a history of what it is. You know what I'm saying? Breaking it down. No, Osiris. Yeah, you could say this. You could say they is related to it, because Set, right? Set and Osiris is brothers. You know what I'm talking about? But Osiris is Orion, the Orion star system. You know what I'm talking about? Then you have Sirius. But we never know what Sirius is. We call it the dog star. That is what it is, because that it is what, like, it is the dog. But why is it a dog though? You know what I'm talking about? Dogs is protective and all that, whatever they call the North Dog. But they get the dog from, remember I told you he had the head of a dog. They get the dog from you got the calendar of Dendera, or not the calendar of Dendera, the temple of Dendera, or the temple of Hathor, the calendar of Dendera. So if y'all look up at the temple of Hathor, the calendar of Dendera, they will show you a calendar, an ancient calendar that depicts all of the gods. It's a calendar of the cosmos. So it's a zodiac calendar, but it's a astronomical calendar. So it's not dealing with just astrology, it's dealing with astronomy. So of the cosmos. Now, right in the middle of it, hold on real quick, give me one second.
All right, y'all. I don't know if y'all can hear me, but let me know if y'all can hear me. So, like, right in the middle of the calendar or whatever, right? You have Ty-Ert, or Apit. You know what I'm saying? The Great Mother, and the first being to come up out of there, right? The first being to come up out of her was Sirius, or the dog star Sirius, or whatever, and it was a dog. So you have a hippopotamus goddess, and then you have a dog right in front of her, or whatever, stating that this was the first being to come up out of here, making Sirius the supreme star. That's why they say it's the brightest star and all of that, or whatever. You feel what I'm saying? So it talks about, talks about that as well. A lot of this is going to talk about that. Magic in Egypt is just talking about the different Kemetic magic. This is the light of the world. This, I ain't gonna lie, it's a good book. Gerald Manzi though, I don't know what his deal was with us, but he was into us, I guess. You feel me? This right here, we ain't even gonna talk about that. I've definitely read this book. I have the physical copy and this book. We ain't even gonna talk about it. I'll tell you this right here. You know how we say, hey, prana. This is the Egyptian word for that. So it would be the Egyptian counterpart. And Apit, right? Apit is the same thing as Tyr or Apophis. You know what I'm talking about? Apophis, Apit, Tyr is the great mother energy, that snake energy, that Kundalini energy, but it's a feminine energy that also possesses that masculinity as well. You know what I'm talking about? Because that's where it really comes from. Because we all have a what? A mother. The Bible of the adversary is not even what it sounds like, but it's actually a good book. This right here, only if you're ready. Only if you're ready. I ain't gonna lie to you. You know what I'm saying? Cyclomancy. See, a lot of things that we do when we step into our psychic abilities or whatever, all that is, it just falls under cyclomancy. When you really read, and they're not even gonna say that, but when you read it, you'll understand why they said that. Then it truly helps you. See, this ain't no book. Like, no, look, you ready for this? Look this book up on Amazon. I bet it costs like $14,000. I'm not exaggerating. That's literally probably like 12,000 or something like that. But it's something type of thousand like that though. But yeah, why would they make this book cost that? It don't look like much, do it? Do it? Nah. But this book's so advanced, cyclomancy. The secret of psychic control or psychic power control. Right? Bro, don't tell me they changed the price. Cause where you find that shit at? I'm talking about the physical copy. Not the digital copy. No, that's what I'm saying. Not the digital copy. I'm talking about the physical copy. The digital copy, because I have a digital copy right here. I'm talking about the physical copy. I don't have a physical copy. You feel me? The cyclomancy, bro, this right here, when you really deal with this, because it's not about all of that other extra, what you thought about, what's that word, my boy? What's that word? What you thought about being psychic. It really tell you. It's telling you hypnosis. But you putting yourself under hypnosis. It's a part of your brain. It's called the auto, what do you call that? The auto sub awareness or whatever. But it's like what tells your organs to do what they do, basically. You know what I'm saying? So like, you know how they be like, oh, you breathe on your own, you know, without even thinking, your heart beating, all that shit, everything just happens or whatever. It tells you how to put that aspect of your brain under hypnosis or whatever to control the flow of things in your body as well. You feel what I'm talking about? But when you start to build that certain awareness up or whatever, you can penetrate that because it gives you another trick to bring the awareness, all that awareness that you're accumulating to your eyes. Like utilizing your eyes as like, you know what I'm saying, like like sting rays basically, or beam rays. You know what I'm saying? And when you harness so much awareness and concentration on that target, you know what I'm saying, it just is what it is. But I ain't even gonna really explain everything that it talk about, because it really is deep. I ain't even gonna lie to you. That's why I say only if you're ready, for real. This book is real good. It tell you about numbers. Everything that it's saying right now, for real. They really break it down. And only if you have the time to sit there and read it. I'm not even gonna lie to you. See, when I read multiple things at once. I don't think I should do that, but that's what I be interested in at the time. But it all be relating some way, somehow. I don't know how I do it. I don't be looking for books that relate. I just read interest me. I'm like, oh, it just made me feel like I'm reading the same thing. And then I go back to reading that. And then the next thing you know, I'm done. But yeah, so this book, it really go in on the numbers. I ain't gonna lie. The Book of the Beginnings by Gerald Manzi again. I'm not gonna lie to you. Don't know what his deal is with us, man. But he be going crazy. He be going crazy. The Woman's Encyclopedia of Myths and Secrets. If this book ain't one of the rawest inside of this library, right? This book give you so many different terms, meanings, or whatever that you would have thought it meant this, but it come out of the woman. Further proving what we're doing here. You know what I'm saying? The Kemetic diet. If you into that, you know what I'm saying, eating healthy or whatever in that fashion, I would recommend this. It's a good book. But that's why I say if you into it, because you know if you understand, we're not talking about Egyptian, we're talking about Kemeticism. And those individuals, you know how they get out. You know what I'm talking about? They're my brothers still. Demonic reality. A field guide to the other world. You see the dude fighting with the angel at the mountain of Pineal. That's yourself and yourself. So that's what that book talking about. The Montauk Project, but this is the book of this the book of the living and dead. You feel what I'm saying? But the Montauk Projects is basically what's that word? The Stranger Things. See, y'all. Now when I say y'all, I'm not talking about Charles here. But I'm just say y'all because it's gonna be somebody that's gonna watch me that heard me before. Y'all want to listen to me when I was telling y'all to read this. When I was telling y'all to go read the Montauk Project, that it's about Stranger Things. I was telling y'all that before I even read Stranger Things, because Stranger Things, before it came out as what it was or whatever, it was actually written out to be the Montauk. That's what it was called, the Montauk. They just changed the name to Stranger Things. You feel what I'm saying? Now listen, I don't really be speaking on this because I want to do a lecture on this. Not this particular book, but something dealing with the moon, right? But it's a movie called Who Built not Who Built the Moon, but Moonfall, right? I think it's on HBO Max or whatever. But Who Built the Moon is so like key with what's going on with us, right? And this is the book that they're quoting from. Like, so all of the stuff that's going on, this the book they're actually quoting from in that movie. And that, if y'all ain't ever seen that movie, go watch it. And look, don't watch it. And then when you going through, you be like, man, what he tell me to watch? This movie boring, because it is boring. But you want to get to the end of it. That's the only thing you want to do. But I will tell you to watch it because you have to understand what's going on leading up into it. And then when you read this book, it tells you so much. You know what I'm saying? These entities coming from this moon or whatever, and they had artificial intelligence, but in their realm, in their reality, in their world, their artificial intelligence turned to nanotechnology, and it turned against them. So what they said was, we create these moons, these little devices, where to fly through the cosmos to find life, right? So they found us, and then they seeded our civilization, our humanity, with their DNA. If we were already here, and this moon come here, because nobody know how the moon got here. I only read it inside of the Mayans. The Mayans said it was two suns at one point in time, and then next thing you know, they threw something up there, and then we got the moon. But that's the only story that we have. You feel what I'm saying? But I don't really go with that like that. You feel what I'm saying? But this really makes sense because it talks about how you never see the other side of the moon and what goes on the side of the moon. Also, the different phases of the moon and the Death Star, because the whole Death Star thing in Star Wars, when the Death Star is this big machine that's sending out other machines or whatever. So when it's almost down to its last end, that's when catastrophe happens. But what they were saying was that really we already had AI technology. You know what I'm saying? Us personally, we already had that. That's what your natural physical apparatus does. Physical and spiritual apparatus does. That's what AI is mimicking. But if you watch the movies, they're not really dealing with AI. They're dealing with nanotechnology. Nanotechnology that is not self-aware. When it becomes self-aware, that's when the whole self-destruction happens. You get what I'm talking about? But that's two different things. They're telling you a story of how they got here. You know what I'm saying? Because we had already been here. They told you we seeded your humanity with our DNA. Is black sun real? Yeah. But you gotta think about what a black sun would be. Think about what a sun is. Sun's a ball of light. A black sun, what is black light? Black light is like ultraviolet light, light that you can't see. We can absorb it, but it's light that you can't see. So in actuality, the black sun is on the inside of you. Henceforth, like the black flame and all that other extra stuff. But you have a black sun inside of you, a sun that you can't see. You know what I'm saying? You probably could see it with technology. You got things called oppression. You have things like your mitochondria, but your mitochondria, they can see that. But you have these elements, like the primary elements, the building blocks of life. Then you have quarks and biops and stuff like that, or whatever, subparticles or whatever. That things that you really can't see and you can't even weigh. You feel me? But it's something that lives inside of something as far as a universe inside of itself or whatever. So me personally, when they talk about the soul, that's what I feel like. You know what I'm saying? Because when we talking about the spirits, we only dealing with elements. You know what I'm talking about? Primary elements of nature. And that's that's the only thing we really dealing with. And when we are aware of what's going on inside of ourselves, we can manipulate them outside of ourselves. You know, magic. When they say magic, that's all that is, manipulating reality. If you can manipulate reality for yourself, that's cool. If you can manipulate reality for another individual, that's even better. Most things that you see when I'm talking about magic, I'm not talking about the illusions that they're doing, optical illusions. I'm talking about true breaking of the veil. The Invisible Man by H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells, right, is another guy that talks about the moon. You know what I'm talking about? The Invisible Man, this is talking about stuff about the moon or whatever. But they was bringing him up too in that movie. You know what I'm saying? For anybody that was watching that be watching my videos or whatever, this is the book that I be reading from when I get my mudras or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I was going to do a lecture, and I will, you know what I'm saying, soon or whatever. But you know, I don't want to just give it out just like a regular little bullshit lecture. You know what I'm saying? It got to be. I'm not saying it has to be perfect, but what I'm saying is why half-ass it? You know what I'm saying? But this is the book that I would be quoting from, because this is a really good book, and I really recommend individuals to get that. As far as when people, me personally, when you dealing with like anxiety, you know what I'm saying? I didn't have social anxiety. When you deal with social anxiety, they have mudras, you know what I'm talking about? That you can do just with your hands, just period, when you just standing or whatever, that will release that energy from your aura. My other platform, my YouTube is called BabaWati, BabaWati, and my Instagram is called BabaAkil, so it'll be the same thing. You know what I'm saying? But it will be the same picture for every one of them. This book right here really help you understand what spirits are. And by spirits, I'm not talking about ghosts, because being an individual that taps into the spirits, they do not like to be called that. These are spirits. And so further letting you know, all these gods and goddesses, demons, angels, extraterrestrial aliens, and all these things, they're spirits. You know what I'm talking about? That's all it is or whatever. But as above, so below. So although you're able to go inside of yourself and tap into the spiritual aspect of what they are, they have a terrestrial counterpart as well. You know what I'm saying? We feel like we got to go out into space and do all that stuff, whatever, but we forget, you know what I'm talking about? We forget, as above, so below. Like, there's a thing called the ice walls. You know what I'm talking about? Ice walls around us and all that stuff. Okay? But people that talk about that, they still say that we're going to get off the planet, we're going to do this, we're going to do that. It doesn't exist. These ice walls exist. These ice walls exist. That means as above, so below, as within, so without. That means that the Mars that you see up there is just a reflection of a terrestrial land that's surrounding you. You know what I'm talking about? And it's ice that you can't penetrate. But going back to that guy, it's a guy that probably early 2000s or whatever, a white guy, a scientist. He had went down into the ocean. He saw a lake within a lake, and when he seen this lake, he was like, "Man, it's some type of buoyancy." The reason why I say that is because it's some type of mineral that makes it do that. And you know what happened to him? They got rid of him. But years later, 2018, they come out with a movie called Megalodon, and in Megalodon, it's the same concept. They find a lake within a lake, like a lake within the bottom of the ocean, and there's some type of buoyancy on it, so that little mineral or whatever, and they utilize a highly technical, highly advanced, like submarine to penetrate that. You feel what I'm talking about? And when they penetrated that, they've seen so many different extraterrestrial creatures. Now, what does extraterrestrial mean? Extra means more. Terrestrial just means land. But if you thinking in terms of a being or whatever, it just means something that's from somewhere else. Someone from somewhere else. That's what we call illegal aliens. You know what I'm saying? We call illegal aliens they from somewhere else, but these be living beings. You know what I'm talking about? So the thing is, it's just something that haven't been physically documented. You know what I'm talking about? In this bogus matrix. You know what I'm saying? And this right here helps you understand just not only that, but it helps you understand what these actual spirits are. You know what I'm saying? Because the only God, the only actual higher being like that, for real, is you. You know? You gotta experience different forms of consciousness by activating these different areas in your brain to be able to mold what you actually are. You know what I'm saying? They talk about how in the beginning, not even in the Bible, they talk about how there is this one all being or whatever, right? Just one all that exists with both masculine and feminine energy, and it broke itself up. So in breaking itself up, right, it done this to have this experience. See, the only thing that it lacked was the experience. Brody, you gotta hit me up on IG, you know what I'm saying? Because to be honest with you, right, I'd be crazy if I was just like, yeah, look this up, look that up, look that up, look that up. And then I'll talk to you and you was already like, I mean, I already know this, I already know that already. I don't want to waste your time. That's type of person I am. Most individuals like, go get this, get that. You never know who a person is in their spirituality. You know what I'm saying? Or on their journey or whatever. You know? I definitely like to think that we're all divine, but my dude, you could have been a whole emperor in another past life, meaning you could have surpassed all this. So all you probably need is something basic to tap into yourself. You know what I mean? Or it could be different, but you never know. You know what I'm saying? You never know who someone is. This right here, The Alchemist, is the only person I know that can read this book. Why this man be saying that I'm smart like this? Time and space technosphere. I don't even know what technosphere means. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that means. I can say that. I can say that because by saying this or whatever, the answer will come back to me. But this right here, I tried. I try to understand. I'm not ready for my journey. How do you get in touch with your past lives? It's all about what you resonate with, right? So let's say some like a situation in history, right? His story or whatever that you feel so highly of or strongly about, right? And what you want to do is you want to bring your awareness to that reality. Now, the best way I feel like you could do that is every night when you go to sleep, you want to think about that past life regression. First off, you're gonna have to figure out who you is, as far not who you is, but who you was in the past life. And meditation is the best way. Now they tell you meditation, but literally I tell you, when you go down, you sit down, find a comfortable spot or whatever, do anything that you do to make yourself comfortable, whatever, and ask yourself, you know what I'm saying? Set the intention of I'm going to figure out who I was in my past life or a past life, because you've had multiple, and you really want to concentrate and focus on that aspect. You feel what I'm talking about? And in concentrating and focusing on that aspect, you'll bring a certain type of awareness, a certain type of quantum web from that life to this life. You feel what I'm talking about? From that spirit to this new spirit that you activating right now. And then another way I would say, like when you figure it out, you know what I'm saying? Go into your dreams and with the intention of being in that reality. Now, I always say when you go into these realms or whatever, you just want to be an observer. So you'll be witnessing a life with like through the eyes of a different lifetime that you live. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to do it with your what is it called? What is it called? With your agenda. You know, in the movies when they talk about going back and going into the future and doing this and not messing up the timeline, that's kind of what they mean when they say go into your dream and be the observer. All you want to do is just watch what's going on. You don't want to be involved in what's going on or none of that. Because in being involved in what's going on, you can possibly mess up what's going on in a quote unquote near future. Now, the future that they're talking about is ultimately your reality, the reality that you're living in. I think karmic lessons in the current are associated with that. No, they definitely is. So you can have a karmic relationship, right? And you meet it because you know you have multiple soulmates, and you meet an individual, and you like, man, this is my soulmate, and it is because those two particular souls, you and her, him and her, whatever, needed to finish what y'all said y'all was gonna do, or whatever pact y'all made, or whatever. Y'all need to overcome that. You know what I'm saying? And I for one will stand on that because I've experienced that. You feel what I'm talking about? I've experienced going through and meeting an individual that was definitely a what do you call that? A soulmate. I've experienced the experience of coming to this realm, you know what I'm talking about, with that individual or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And you will feel like, ooh, that's great. Why y'all not together? Because we definitely not. You feel like that's not the great because what we done in the past life was different. I was a different individual in the past life. She was a different individual in the past life. And it showed in this life or whatever, but I overcame what I overcame. And she doing it now too as well. You feel what I'm saying? So it's all like the karmic lessons definitely associated with that. That's why you want to, you know what I'm saying, you want to align yourself with who you were. And sometimes it would just naturally do it. I feel like it always does it. You know what I'm saying? But how would you know? You got to be aware. You feel what I'm saying? But they definitely is though. So another thing, as far as your heart chakra or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You want to have what they say. You want to forgive yourself and forgive others. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes an individual is just doing what naturally feel like is right. You know what I'm saying? That's why I feel. No, man. See, love is not. It's not another trap. It's self-love, bro. You know what I'm saying? When we talking about love, when we dealing with this love thing and dealing with spirituality, we talking about self-love. You feel what I'm saying? The self-love, right, is the self-acceptance. You accept yourself. Surely enough, that's going to raise up a certain type of light inside of you, and then it's magnetic. So, but you have to have the awareness, and in your solar plexus, you build those healthy boundaries. You know what I'm talking about, with others around you. So you know to keep a certain amount of distance, but it's going to be that individual that can penetrate that, and because they can penetrate that, that just means they're just so much more powerful. Now, look, they might need to learn something on the way. You know what I'm talking about? But because you know what you know, you can teach them, and as well as who you are and doing what you're doing, you can still learn too. So it's not really a trap because you're not really here to love everybody. You're here to first and foremost love yourself. And yeah, I feel like we should mate, but first and foremost, we have to love ourselves. Love only becomes a trap when you get into the illusion of trying to love others, right? Like meaning like we cool, right? We cool. And I mean like, man, let me borrow some money, right? Let me borrow $20. And you like, bro, I ain't got it. And I'm like, bro, you don't love me, bro? We into it and all that stuff, whatever. An individual that do that, that's manipulation. That's not really love. Love is not based upon, you know, what an individual can do for you and what they doing for you and all that stuff. It's based upon unconditional love. So if you can cultivate this feeling for someone, you know what I'm talking about? First, you got to cultivate it for yourself. But if you can cultivate it for someone or whatever, that's what it should be. You know what I'm saying? If you love someone, you love them unconditionally with no conditions. So no matter what they do, you love them for themselves. That's why the first thing you got to do is love yourself, because a lot of times we just be living a life of a lie. You know, we live in society because society tells you gotta live this way or whatever, and we believe we have to live this way. You don't do, you don't even believe it for real, for real. When you truly think about it, you be like, damn, what am I doing? You know what I'm talking about? And having that realization will cause you to do different things. I'm talking about you may have to separate yourself from different individuals. And in this separation, you will figure out who you need to be around. And when the individuals that you need to be around start to come around or whatever, right? Because you was alone enough, you know what I'm talking about, and knew how to be alone or whatever, when they go off and do what they need to do, because sometimes they don't need to be in your life for a long time or whatever, you won't feel depressed how most individuals feel because they lack that self-awareness. They don't know how to be alone. They can't be in the dark. They can't be in the quietness or whatever. They have to be around individuals. You feel what I'm saying? That's not what it's about. Because when you gone, when you leave from here, and I know what they say, but what they say is on a mundane level. When you leave, you can't just take nobody with you. Can't do this. Nah, you can't do that. But they just tell you that because if they explain what it actually is, you won't have like you will study more. So when you actually get out of here and you leave, it's almost like what's going on right now. Nobody really exists. I'm not up here talking right now. Nobody really exists. You feel what I'm saying? So it's all a mental thing. And that's why they say meditate, go inside your dreams, because you're able to have all these experiences with what? All five senses and your spiritual sense and everything else you gain within that realm. You know what I'm talking about? And you're able to take that awareness and recreate something else. How can I create something with my mind or whatever, right? And then when I leave from here, right? Because I'm not doing it with my body, my physical body. When you go to your dreams and everything, astral project, your body is still here. So when you leave, you only taking your awareness with you, right? You still have that memory, and you can construct whatever you want to construct. That's what they're talking about. Now, we do have realms, heavenly and Hellenistic realms that you can go to, right? That was created by way of religious systems, you know what I'm saying? Or just anything that somebody has in the past probably reported. You know what I'm saying? Now it existed because people put energy towards it. You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing as the money being energy, having some form of currency or whatever, but look what the face that they put on there. Those individuals, the spirit of those individuals that's on those dollars, their spirit still exists in the spirit realm somewhere because of the memory. You know, the spirit realm is the mind. In these different dimensions, because it's so many different minds out here. And it's collective thinking and it's separate thinking as well. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta understand what energy we put in, like what things we put energy into and what things we get energy out of. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you can subconsciously subscribe to something that is really not for you. You know what I'm talking about? And that can be your downfall. If you really into this, I would say quantum melanin physics. What is quantum melanin physics? This book is really good. I ain't gonna lie. When I read this book, when I first opened this book, because like the alchemists be sending me books or whatever, we be sending each other books or whatever. But so I was looking up in our little messages because I wanted something new to read. Man, I opened this book up. I read it in like 4 days. I know that don't sound like nothing, but I don't be reading books like that. It take me forever. You know what I'm saying? Because I like to try to digest it, but it was just so good. I just kept getting up reading it. I was up 3 o'clock in the morning reading all type of stuff. It's a real good book, and it breaks stuff down. This book right here, Qigong Kujian. I'm not even gonna lie. This is for me. It's personal because where I used to live at, right? I still do. I always wear all black and everything else. But it was some people. Everybody around there was like, "Man, Joe, I feel safe when that guy be out." You know what I'm saying? Because the security guard don't be doing nothing. But security guard told me that, man, you got a new nickname. Everybody calling you a ninja. And I'm a person that if things start to come back to me, because when he said that, I was like, it's funny. But everybody was, because like they're like, oh, you look like a ninja. Like I be wearing like my little mask or whatever. It's just what I do. Remember I told you I got social anxiety, so this is just what I'm comfortable with. So, but everybody was saying that or whatever. And they stopped me and asked me this and like, oh, you look like that or whatever. So I just thought it was something. So I started looking up different like I looked up ninja and spirituality, and this came up, and this really talks about different mudras. Remember I told you the sign language of the souls. that talks about mudra, but this talks about a different form of mudras and opening up basically your chakras and everything else. But this is really good. I ain't gonna lie to you, but like I said, it's more personal, so I don't be like, oh yeah, y'all just read this or whatever, you know. Same thing, same thing. Summoning spirits, the art of magical evocation. Evocation is the difference from invocation and evocation. Evocation is like calling upon a spirit to like do your bidding or whatever, communicate, get some knowledge from it, whatever. That's why I got that circle or whatever. You know what I'm saying? People that don't have the light or whatever will say you got to create some type of circle. The individual that has a light, their pineal gland is not calcified, you can cast that, period, or not. You really don't have to, but you know, I gotta make it how I gotta make it. But anyways, evocation is like communication with the spirits. Invocation is like inviting them inside of one's being. Evocation is inviting them to one's presence, basically. Now, it's some people that don't like this book, right? And I understand. But this book right here, this book taught me a whole bunch. It tells you the ego is my enemy. It showed me to not only stop talking, but it showed me to do more. You know what I'm saying? It talks about, man, it's say like how, and we all guilty of this. We will create, because we powerful, we will create a whole reality inside of our head of something that we want to do, right? And how it's going to happen and all this, right? And we will only get a little bit done. You feel me? And then if it didn't work, we'd be okay because of the work that we done about imagining it. But that's really nothing. You know what I'm talking about? The little bit, the thinking of it, that's nothing. Even talking about it ain't nothing unless we actively done something. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of us live in that reality. You feel me? So it's telling us to not say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Not say nothing and truly look at what we're doing for real, for real. You know what I'm talking about? And really have some form of action. And it really get deep and talk about a lot more stuff. But see, me, I was just dealing with ego issues. You feel what I'm saying? So I looked up a book on dealing with the ego. So, and I found this. If you deal with Santeria, Voodoo, anything like that, the Orishas or the Way of the Orishas, this is a good book. You feel me? I recommend it. Legends. I don't even know what this book is. Somebody sent this book to me. The Dragon Legacy. This is a good book. You know, dragons represent wisdom. You know, we had dragons. You know what I'm saying? I ain't even gonna get into that. But dragons represents wisdom, Kundalini energy, and stuff like that or whatever. You feel me? That's all I'm gonna say. And it talks a lot about that. Anytime I be talking about the Kabbalah, this is the Kabbalah and the Kalipov and Goetic magic. So it also tells you about the signs of Solomon, the lesser keys of Solomon in the Goetia, but it's also dealing with the Kabbalah aspect of it, the Kabbalistic aspect. So this is a good book as well. The Creature from Jackal Island. Now I ain't even gonna lie to y'all, right? This book tell y'all about a specific experiment, about a specific creation of a specific creature that exists that we all know of. You know what I'm saying? This is another book on numerology. It's very good. I ain't gonna lie to you. This right here, I know what it looked like. The Black Law Dictionary. If you are a melanated being, all of us should have this book. It's not what you think. I swear I thought it was something crazy. But this book breaks down everything. Listen, if you ever had a case before or you want to know anything about actual law, not what they tell you in the school, depends. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you read this book, they got something in court called legalese. And I know people that probably did videos on it, but I ain't gonna do no video on it. But they got legalese. Legalese is a different form of English, basically. You know what I'm saying? So this is what they mean when they say your name that's written in all caps, right, is a straw man or a corporate entity. That's what a person is. You feel what I'm talking about? This is why you separate from your person. When the police arrest you, I found some drugs on a person. You know what I'm saying? But when the police charge you, whatever, and all that, they charging the company that you represent, which is the fictitious entity. Your name is written in all caps. You know what I'm saying? But it's so much more stuff inside of this book. I ain't gonna lie to you, because there's so many different pages, like 1,000 pages. Interpretation of fairy tales is just that. This is a good way of understanding mythology. Now, I'm saying not just this book. I'm just saying like that concept. The Gnostics, I always be throwing the Gnosticism out there. You feel what I'm saying? I always be throwing the Gnosticism out there. This still has to deal with that. The secret of the Nagas, the snakes, the secret teachings of all ages, by Manly P. Hall. Manly P. Hall is another great author, like Gerald Mancy and them. Kenneth Grant too, because we skipped him, but yeah, he's another good one. You know what I'm saying? This the Emerald Tablets. It's not the one I be reading from, but this the Emerald Tablets though. But pretty much all of them are the same. You know what I'm saying? Holographic Universe. Definitely get this if you what you call it. See, this book's so good. I didn't have this book in there again. Now, that's my personal what do you call that? This is my personal library I put up. This wasn't even about that, man. I don't even know why I just went down and just showed y'all. I guess because y'all here, and you know what I'm saying. I just showed y'all what was there. I got so many more. You know what I'm saying. But that's somewhere else, and that we'll be forever going through that. You feel me? But no, I appreciate you though. Yeah, man. Got to, bro. Got to. Because even if you don't finish one right now, you can go back and do this, go back and do that. I also got let me see, this right, the DMT spirit molecule. You know, I be talking about DMT, spirit molecule. They call that the spirit molecule, but in the Bufo alvarius or the Sonoran desert toad, out the secretion of the poison, it has 5-MeO-DMT. That's the God molecule. That's what they call that. Now it's probably just a different forms of a trip or whatever, you know what I'm saying? But that's basically what it is. Well, is that it? I think that's it. No, I got the Code Anatomy too. The Code Anatomy is a real. It wasn't even that long, but that book was good. I ain't gonna lie to you, because it really teaches you the occult anatomy. I tell people to learn the anatomy. Period. If you learn the anatomy, the human anatomy, your whole body or whatever, you'll be able to understand the universe. You know what I'm saying? But the occult anatomy, it kind of puts it both together. You feel what I'm saying? But listen, y'all, look, I've been up here for like 4 or 5 hours. I don't know. So I'm finna wrap it up. And if anybody have any questions, you know what I'm saying, you can ask me. Now's the time. I will answer them to my best ability. Peace.
Hey, can y'all hear me? Y'all can hear me, right? Probably not. All right. Well, what I was gonna say, if anybody need any like consultations or whatever, and y'all want to, you know, like on a personal scale, y'all want to get to the bottom of whatever it is y'all trying to get to, or whatever, I can help you out with that. You can hit me up on Instagram at BabaAkil. And if you're interested more into this content or whatever, you feel what I'm saying, you can like and subscribe to my YouTube at BabaWati, BabaWati. Also, me, Soulshyne, and Three South have a podcast every Sunday. It will not be this Sunday, but it will be the next Sunday, because that's our new day as far as the podcast. It used to be on Fridays, but it's the School of Enlightenment and Darkness. And basically, we just talk about a whole lot of things, a plethora of things every week. We just got, you know what I'm saying, maybe different topics, or if it's serious, you know what I'm saying, we'll stay on that or whatever. But we do a lot there, so you can check that out there. But I urge you to, if you haven't, follow 360, because most of the time we go live on his or whatever. Now I don't be wanting to go live on mine. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I don't know, but I just, if you want to catch that'll be how you catch it, through his or whatever. Or if you already follow him, me or Soulshyne, you follow all of us. You know what I'm saying? Because they all of us separately have great content. You know what I'm saying? And I definitely learn from them. You know what I'm talking about? So, but that's all I gotta say. If any of y'all have any more questions or anything like that or whatever, I got you. Also, I thank y'all. I thank y'all. I thank y'all. I thank y'all for all the likes, bro. All of the questions that you did actually, feel what I'm saying? The energy, the positive energy. I'm grateful for that. You know what I'm saying? I'm grateful for everybody just being here, period. You know what I'm saying? Being able to learn whatever you're doing, you know what I'm saying? Whatever, however you take this energy in or this information. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? But man, y'all, I know I told y'all I didn't know what yesterday was, but I'm well aware today is Friday. And I'm not even tired. But I know y'all want to go out there and do y'all thing. It's gonna be 11 o'clock. Some people is getting off of work. Some people ain't got, what's that word? Some people ain't got to go to work tomorrow. Some people finna go crazy. And I love that. I'm not gonna lie to you, because this false reality that we living in, we need a break from that. You know what I'm talking about? And being a spiritual person, being a conscious person who's aware of who they are and what's going on around them or whatever, it's okay to enjoy and have some form of pleasure and relax. It's okay to relax a little bit. We feel like because we spiritual and what's going on, we definitely are in a war. You know what I'm saying? A mental war, a cold war. We're definitely into that. But while we build this power up and this awareness up around us or whatever, we still should be able to form pleasurable realities that we can walk into and access for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? It has to be that way. If not, then what are we experiencing? Because when it's time to go, what are you taking with you? Grief, shame, guilt, heartbreak, fear. That's all you're taking with you. And you can't take that necessarily out of this reality. Now you can take it to the astral plane, which is another plane inside of this matrix or whatever, or the spirit realm, the same thing, whatever. But you're not actually getting up out of here. And you can go somewhere better or worse depending on your mind, your mental state. Well, war is ahead. CBDC coming. Financial shift will take place. Man, listen. Let me tell you this. Everybody look on the back of every dollar bill that you have. Not the back, but look on the front of every dollar bill that you have. And I guarantee you, I'm talking about 20s, 50s, 100s. None of them proceed past 2017. Now, a lot of stuff ended in 2017. I seen a lot of people become conscious in 2017. So what do I mean by that? The shift already happened already, because people like you are aware of it. You know what I'm saying? And even though you said it's coming, it's here already. You're aware of it. So it already happened already. And the same as when you look on the back of the dollar, that on the back of the dollar with that Latin word for New World Order, that's telling you that we already live in the New World Order. You know what I'm saying? But so if the financial like thing is shutting down or whatever, that means the New World Order is shutting down. The New World Order is shutting down everything that we're doing, and we're going to recreate, or not recreate, but we are, because that's all it is. Everything we're about to recreate is something else, because the way we're about to do it with the intention will be more divine, as opposed to this patriarchal society that we live in, because we're bringing both masculine and feminine energies in from within and projecting it outwardly.
You know what I'm talking about? That's what they done in the past with all the monuments. You can't figure out why they built them, because they went inside themselves and done it. When they went inside themselves, they saw something that resembled all these great monuments or whatever. And we can say that because we can correlate the different um metaphysical symbols in our body. You know what I'm saying? With that. And it shows. And that's why. And they was able to create this with their mind. Still, they have the experience with their mind, but I'm talking about physically. And that's why that book that I was talking about earlier with the Atlantis and Lemuria is a good book, showing you what kind of mind we have. But listen, I'm finna get up off of here, man. Y'all be safe, man. Everybody, rest all night, and hit me up. I got books. I take donations. My cash app is $Ceno Bravo CENO BRAVO. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter, whatever you want to send or whatever. And if you do send me a donation or whatever, just let me know what you need. Also, put your email in the message or whatever, and just let me know what you need. So you put your email, your message, and you can just say books or whatever. You know what I'm saying? So also hit me up in my DM at IG, so then I can get that back to you, or just your email and I just send you the books or whatever. But I say hit me up on the IG so I can know what kind of books you want or whatever. You know, I'm just sending you into random. But yeah, just let me know what y'all need, man. And I'm be doing this. I try to do like 2 lectures a day. I've been up here doing this so long. I don't even think. I think this is the first time I've been up here for real. For real. I think I've been up here for like 4 hours. I'm not even gonna lie to you. But so I'm probably not gonna come back up here again today. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna let y'all enjoy, not take away whatever. I know some people like to listen to information like this or whatever, but I really want to encourage you guys to take that time for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Even though you feel like this is taking time for yourself. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I'll be looking at a lecture, listening to something on YouTube or whatever, TikTok or whatever, and they'll say something, resonate, a book or something. Now I stop listening to what they listen to and go look it up right away, because that's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? Personally, I'm still on my personal path. You know what I'm saying? They just up there talking about what they want to talk about. And by they, I'm talking about myself and everybody else. You got to be that real with what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Truly enough, we are in a war. It is something going on that is world. Really, it's apocalypse. And what does that truly mean if you're not aware of who you are? You know, you got some people that's worried about just the actual matrix. I have bills. I have this. I have that. But you see what they just said. The all of the financial system is shutting down. You know what I'm talking about? And the financial system, the patriarchal system, the system that we live in, is in fact the new world order that they're portraying in the movies like it's about to be. No, they been did that. They showing you how they done it in the movies. That's why most of the time they give you those dystopian movies and the reality of what it is. And it's not too far. It's not too far from what we living in right now. All over the world, they pretty much living in that. You just don't live in that. You know what I'm saying? So, but that's just what that is. So I'm gonna end up there. Y'all be safe. Y'all want to get this up? Y'all want to get the rest of this? I told you I think I've been up for like 4 hours. Y'all want to get the rest of this video or the full of this video? Just look it up on YouTube. You know what I'm saying? Like and subscribe on YouTube at BabaWati, BabaWati. And y'all like and subscribe and follow me. You know what I'm saying? Anunnaki, all them just spirits and gods, goddesses or whatever. You know what I'm saying? All those are Anunnaki is just Orishas, Neteru, angels, demons, aliens. That's all it is. It's the same thing. You know what I'm talking about? Because watch this. But a demon is what you are as a human being. Because a demon is something that fell from light. Basically, they fell from the light, and when light falls, it solidifies when it comes into the atmosphere. If you are a melanated being, you are condensed sunlight, basically, and the melanated beings are really the ones that fell the demons there, but it's a counterpart to everything. So it's an as above, so below thing that goes with this. There's a duality, it's dualism. You know what I'm saying? And that light fell and solidified, manifested, and you are to raise that back up. Nobody said that. But that's the thing. I hold on, watch this. Cause I'm finna get off here anyway. But yeah, this the thing though. It's 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 not about why I believe in Satan. No, I never said I believe in Satan. That got nothing to do with Satan unless you are a Satanist. And that's not what I am. You know what I'm talking about? You're supposed to ask, is that what you is? First and foremost, I don't worship anything. Being a Christian, right, you have to believe in Satan. You have to. If you believe in God, you have to believe in Satan, right? A spiritual individual, right, talks, and that's what I am, a spiritual individual. We're talking about the different aspects of these things. You know what I'm talking about? That you would deem as demonic or angelic or divine, evil or whatever. We define these things because we can go inside of ourselves and understand what's going on. Now, you accept the science, which is metaphysics being beyond the physical reality that you living in right now, but you demonize occultism, which is the hidden knowledge. You feel what I'm saying? That's what occult means, the hidden knowledge or whatever. And the only difference between metaphysics and occult is an occultist goes inside of themselves and practice based upon the science or whatever that's given and all of the techniques or whatever, and deem it being real due to the experience that they're having. A metaphysician, what you accept, they deem it being real based upon reading and accepting the books. You know what I'm talking about? So it's not really about that. If you are an individual that believe in God, which I feel like you is because how you was coming at me or whatever, then you too believe in Satan as well, because you would have to, because you are a part of that religion. The only thing is you are taught to worship one and not the other. I don't worship neither because that's not what you're supposed to do. A person that is a Satanist, I feel like they're lost. The person that is in another religion, whatever it is, I feel like they're lost because what they're saying is, my system is right, your system is wrong. And whatever, you know what I'm talking about? What I'm saying is, personally, right, I'm able to see myself, because it's dualism, in every aspect of reality. And what do I mean by reality? I'm talking about the false reality that you live in, because it's built upon something that's inside of you. So they didn't took out some authentic things and created a false something for you to live in and experience or whatever. But the experience is only about what you want to experience, what you want to see, how you want to feel, what makes you tick, what makes you laugh. You have to be aware of that. And to only be aware of that, you have to understand what you are. So, an individual that deals in, what do you call that? Let's say the darker sides of the science or whatever, you feel what I'm talking about? In actuality, you are trying to understand your human experience, because that's what the darker side is. You are, in actuality, you are light. You are a light being. We're all light beings. We have light inside of us. We have a soul. But that particular soul failed. An angel is an angle of light. And definitely that's exactly how they said it back in the day when it was created. An angle of light. An angle of light is a soul. You have different, it's so many different angles to you, it's so many different aspects to you. That's how they define God. But some of these aspects fail. Now, who are you as the individual source, right? An individual source from this great source that had been broken up. The only thing that you lacked was the experience. Now, you had both components, both abilities to do anything. You the experience. Now, one failed to gain that experience, right? One failed to gain that experience. Once you realize who and what you is, you bring both of those together because you needed both a negative and a positive charge to have some form of a reaction. You know what I'm talking about? So it's never a point of what I believe in. I don't believe in anything, because a belief is an assumption based upon assuming if it's real or not. I don't assume if anything is real or not. I never said whether it's real or not. The God that you feel like is God in Gnosticism that predates Christianity, the Gnostics, so that means the first Christians, they call him the devil. The God you worship right now, they call him the devil. You know what I'm saying? And I still don't worship nothing. So You're never supposed to worship anything. You're supposed to go inside yourself and figure out who you are and what you like. And I'm talking about basing that upon your heart, not base that upon nobody else's feelings and what anybody else says or anything like that. Because I can say something that you don't like, right? And that's cool. If you don't like it, then you leave. I can say something that you do like, but it contradicts something that somebody in your life, something that you believe or whatever. But how do you know that you believe this if you haven't done the due diligence to put an impact on your subconscious or your heart? Because most people not living by way of their heart. Earlier, somebody said intellectualize it. You don't intellectualize this. You know what I'm saying? You can't intellectualize none of this because it's going inside of yourself. Intellectualize going inside your dream and seeing a dog with a human body. Even though that's Egyptian hieroglyphics, but you know where I'm getting at. Intellectualize that. The only way to intellectualize that is to study yourself, study your nature, study the science that's given to you, and then when you observe that personally, you take that apart, then you intellectual. You know what I'm saying? Why does the Egyptians and everything else, as far as these archetypes, have human bodies and what do you call that? Animal heads or whatever. The animal never really changes in nature. The human gonna always change. You see what happens. You could be mind controlled and do something else the next day. The animals can as well, but in the wild, they stay the same. And when they die off or whatever, they have other animals to pick up the attributes or whatever that's in the same type of family or whatever. So they never really change. This is why they use that. You know what I'm talking about? You got people that's talking about the languages and the signs and the symbols and where they come from or whatever. These symbols come from the inner worlds of who we actually are. And we express that in our civilizations, in our societies or whatever. You know what I'm talking about? That's why you see that all around. But what we do, we fighting on who's right, who's wrong, who's first, who's last. And none of that really matters if you can experience it inside of yourself, which half of these people that will get up here and talk like that never done. It don't matter what you believe in. You feel me? I can tell you this right now. Let me tell you this. With this Baphomet right here, I don't pray. I don't worship God. I'm not a part of that. My mom prays, and she does maybe or whatever, right? My mom prays, and it works for her. But what I do works for me. What does that say? What does that say? And then you have adults that are unaware of what's really going on in the world for real. Adults. I say adults, which to me are teenagers, because teenagers are the only people that think they know anything. You have adults that just think they know everything. The child is able to see the aura, or so the light around everybody or whatever, right? Kids can see my aura because it's how I react. A kid that sees that you have a negative aura and a bad aura is not going to want to be around you. They're going to run from you or whatever. And no matter how hard you smile, hey, how you doing, and all that stuff, whatever, you're going to scare them. They're going to want to get away. That's what that means. So if it ever happened to you, figure your energy out. That's what that means. But I don't have that reaction. So with this, I don't have that reaction. See what I'm saying? It does not matter. And I'll wear one too. It don't matter. You feel me? It's all about what it's doing to you and raising yourself up to your highest point. I said that's all. If you can't do that, you're gonna be stuck, frozen in time. Stuck and frozen. If not, you're gonna be in heat, raising up your vibrations. It's gonna be chaotic. When you get hot outside, all the stuff they say, all the bullshit starts to happen or whatever. That's not really that. You know what I'm saying? That's because people, their minds are controlled or whatever. But a lot of things start to happen when it gets hot. You know, the vibes is rising. But you don't want to be stuck and solidified. We light beings. Man, they just did something to my thing. I don't know what they was on. But yeah, man, look, I'm finna get up off here because they started tweaking my little phone. They just did some little verification thing. I don't know what they on. But like I said earlier, man, y'all want to hit me up, just hit me up. Ask me questions. I got y'all. Like I said, I do take donations. I got these books. I got the one I was showing y'all earlier, the books. That's my library.
And I got another library, if you know about the 360 or whatever, it's the Law of Mayat. You know what I'm saying? So just hit me up and let me know what's going on. And y'all be safe out there, man. I'm gone.